Chapter 558. Crunch, crunch. Terrifying chewing sounds could be heard. The resentful Ling of Gojosian watched as its soul energy was devoured by the inner demons. In the blink of an eye, it was drowned. Among the thousands of inner demons, a 9-een inner demon was the first to evolve into a profound een celestial demon. The profound een celestial demon strength was not inferior to a top pulse condensation realm martial artist. As the profound een celestial demon evolved, the devouring became a wail. Along with the horrifying screams, the resentful Ling of Gojosian was completely devoured. After devouring the remaining energy of the resentful Ling of Gojosian, the profound een celestial demon turned its greedy eyes to the other inner demons. Like a black cloud, it swept away the clouds. Many inner demons were terrified and wanted to escape, but they could not escape the inner demon's tyrannical devouring. In less than 3 breaths, they were all devoured. Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly. This was a demon's characteristic. They became stronger by devouring their own kind. The profound een celestial demon finally turned into a black cocoon. After a while, the black cocoon broke open. A formless breeze blew out, and in the next moment, a young man who looked exactly like Qin Feng appeared in front of Qin Feng. The young man lowered his head and bowed. Demon ancestor. Qin Feng nodded. After the profound een celestial demon devoured the resentful Ling of Gojosian, it had completely evolved into a formless demon. The formless demon in front of him could be said to be his doppelganger. This inner demon doppelganger was refined and cultivated using the resentful Ling of Gojosian. It could be considered a relatively independent doppelganger. It could freely devour the power of 7 emotions and 6 desires, cultivate again, and evolve into an even more powerful formless demon that could shuttle through the void. It was even comparable to the great Freedom Demon Master. However, this inner demon's current realm was already the limit. Unless Qin Feng broke through to the realm of the mighty, it would be impossible for it to become a formless demon. The inner demon doppelganger's realm was ultimately lower than the demon master's. You shall be called Demon One. Qin Feng nodded. The black light rolled and absorbed into Qin Feng's body. With a thought, he dispersed the inner demon Black Lotus. The illusory realm completely collapsed, revealing the red maple leaves outside. As the illusory realm collapsed, the void distorted. And Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng was certain that this ancient tomb did not exist in the beginning. Qin Feng's attention was attracted by this ancient tomb. A few ancient characters on the tombstone appeared before his eyes, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. These primordial characters were extremely obscure. Most people would not be able to recognize them. Qin Feng, be, at. He glanced at the line of ancient words. His expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. The tomb of the first-generation peaceful Lake Dragon King. Just now, that vengeful spirit king seemed to call himself the peaceful Lake Dragon King. I've heard of the peaceful lake. It seems to be the largest lake in the northern spirit region. It's even bigger than the Cloud Lake. Could it be that this is the place where the ancestors of the peaceful Lake Dragon's descendants are sleeping? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself. His gaze fell on the tomb. He waved his sleeve, and a sword light slashed across. The tomb was immediately split into 2. After the erosion of time, the measures left behind by the first Dragon King of Peace Lake to protect the tomb had all withered. A weak light flickered on the tomb. The last power to protect the tomb could not withstand a single slash. There was a loud rumble. A huge tomb was split open, and an extremely dense aura of death overflowed from the tomb. Like the cries of ghosts and howls of gods, the aura of resentment rushed towards Qin Feng. Flame of hope. The extremely pure flames rolled past. The aura of death was instantly burned by the vast and mighty flames. In the tomb, a lifelike dragon skeleton appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes moved. At this moment, the wind blew. The entire dragon skeleton turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. The essence of the entire dragon skeleton had already dissipated over the years. What a pity! This is the skeleton of an almighty dragon king. If it could be made into a weapon, although it would not be as good as a true weapon, it would not be far off. After establishing the Cloud Lake City's Qin family, Qin Feng knew that it was not easy to be the head of the family. He sighed in his heart. He scanned the tomb with his divine sense. It was empty. Just as he was about to leave, he waved his sleeve and a surge of true power shot out. Boom! The entire tomb exploded. A small crystal coffin appeared under the tomb. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Inside the small crystal coffin were piles of sparkling and translucent top-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were rare items produced by spiritual veins. They were also the best treasures to aid in cultivation. Generally speaking, low-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. There were piles of top-grade spirit stones here. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. A trace of joy climbed up the corner of his eyes. Other than the pile of spirit stones, there were some bottles and jars. They were all extremely rare spirit pills and spirit medicines. Obviously, these things were prepared by the Dragon King of the River Ping, who for his revival. With this pile of treasures, the Dragon King of the River Ping, who would be able to recover his cultivation in a very short period of time. Boom! Qin Feng opened the crystal coffin with one hand. In the next moment, his face changed. The spirit stones in the crystal coffin were quickly petrified. At the same time, the spirit pills and spirit medicines in the seemingly intact bottles and jars were quickly weathering and turning into a pile of rubble. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. What a pity! It was too long ago. Although this small crystal coffin has the ability to preserve spirit qi, it could not withstand the vicissitudes of time. What a pity! Shaking his head, Qin Feng glanced at the tomb and carefully searched it with his perception. He even probed the surrounding void, but to no avail. He sighed in disappointment. Boom! With a wave of his sleeves, the mausoleum closed once more. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at the crystal coffin. This thing was able to be preserved from the ancient era and looked perfectly fine. It should be a unique treasure. He casually tore open a hole in the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm and stuffed the crystal coffin in with a flick of his sleeve. 1 meter higher sky. Even the coffin was scraped away. Ever since he became the head of the household, Qin Feng's money-grubber personality had reached an extreme limit. After this experience, Qin Feng was even more meticulous in his plundering. The real ancient tombs were disguised by restrictions. For hours later, Qin Feng discovered a few ancient tombs of experts. However, he did not gain much. The owners of these ancient tombs were even inferior to the placid lake dragon. They had yet to condense a dragon wraith. Only some remnant sentiments manifested figures of the past, sitting silently in the tombs. Qin Feng casually dispersed the sentiments. The owners of these ancient tombs were once like the placid lake dragon king. They had left behind certain means to revive. However, under the mighty forces of time, all of them failed. When he blasted open the fourth ancient tomb, Qin Feng made a surprising discovery. In the ancient tomb, Qin Feng discovered a person. The person was planted in the tomb like a crop. It was a person Qin Feng was rather familiar with. Yu Hualong. Why would this Yu Hualong appear in this tomb? Chapter 559. That man was Yu Hualong. Yu Hualong was one of the more influential geniuses in the Azure Forest Banquet. He was very powerful. Qin Feng noticed the primordial characters on the tombstone. Tomb of the Moon Pupil Emperor. The Moon Pupil Emperor must be the ancient emperor of the Polychoria clan. Qin Feng's eyes fell on Yu Hualong's body. Judging by Yu Hualong's current appearance, he was in the process of possession. Qin Feng remembered that Yu Hualong was a pure-blooded royal member of the Polychoria clan. If the Moon Pupil Emperor wanted to possess a body, it would be great to have a direct descendant like Yu Hualong. Qin Feng felt sorry for Yu Hualong. Yu Hualong was a genius, but his luck was not good. At this moment, Qin Feng could see that Yu Hualong's soul was being devoured inch by a terrifying obsession. Yu Hualong's soul was struggling and howling. However, it was useless. Every time the resentful spirit devoured a little bit of the soul, the power it emitted would be greater. It was a kind of boundless aura from the primordial era. Even Qin Feng was shocked. Once the resentful spirit devoured Yu Hualong, he would be resurrected. At that time, even Qin Feng might not be a match for this antique. You want to be resurrected? Impossible. Although the Moon Pupil Emperor had no enmity with Qin Feng still attacked in an instant. There were only so many demon gods. If there was a chance to eliminate one competitor, Qin Feng would definitely not be lenient. Puff! The sword light slashed across Yu Hualong's body. A crackling sound was heard. Along with a beast-like roar, Yu Hualong's body was cut into two. A violent dark light rushed out, and an extremely angry, resentful spirit appeared. How dare you spoil my plans? You shall pay for it with your body. You don't know what death is. Qin Feng sneered. This resentful spirit was not as strong as the Ling of Gojoseon. With a wave of his hand, the Milky Way true force changed and created countless inner demons. They rushed up like locusts and drowned the resentful spirit. Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, the inner demons instantly devoured the vengeful spirit. After devouring this wraith, a profound, heavenly devil stood out from the many inner devils. Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. This vengeful spirit had been struck by his sword, and its power had been greatly reduced. After being devoured, it had only given birth to a profound, heavenly demon. He casually named this dark, heavenly devil as Mo Air. Qin Feng searched through the tomb. Similarly, the Lunar Pupil Emperor was also nearing the end of his life. The tomb was empty. He casually buried Yu Hualong's body. Qin Feng shook his head. Moments later, Qin Feng discovered the sixth ancient tomb. Unexpectedly, the sixth tomb was forcefully excavated by someone. That guy who plundered was even more rampant than Qin Feng. He simply dug 300 feet into the ground. It could be seen that that person did not gain anything. Thus, he appeared to be extremely berserk. There were many traces of anger left behind in the surroundings. Boom! Right at this moment, Qin Feng frowned. Dozens of miles away, he sensed a violent fluctuation of spiritual qi coming from the front. Someone is fighting. He thought to himself. With a flash of black light, he moved like a ghost and leaped forward like a phantom. Dozens of miles was not a big distance for Qin Feng. Hundreds of breaths later, with a gust of wind, a figure appeared on an ancient tree. Running the chaotic wood tribulation, Qin Feng's figure almost merged with the ancient tree. His divine thought scanned thousands of miles away. Thousands of miles away. With just a glance, Qin Feng's expression became strange. He saw two figures confronting a young man and a young woman. Qin Feng was very familiar with these two figures, especially when his divine thought scanned the man. Qin Feng's expression became strange. That man looked exactly the same as him. No, it should be said that he looked exactly like him now. Li Gui met Li Kuei. Yinggu. The girl next to him was the famous beauty of All Stars College, Qi Xiaer. At this moment, the aura emitted from both of them was that of the third realm of the Sea Rebirth realm. In just a few months, both of them had advanced from the second realm of the Sea Rebirth realm to the third realm of the Heaven realm. Xingqian School actually has a way to enter the Sea Spirit world. He was secretly surprised. How did these people break through the blockade of the Sea Beasts and enter the Sea Spirit world? Qin Feng guessed that Xingqian School might have given them some kind of secret treasure. Scanning with his divine thought, Qin Feng found that there were many people hiding in the dark within a few hundred miles. At this moment, in another place, a golden-haired young man looked at this scene with a sneer. The people of Xingqian School are really stupid. Do they really think they can protect the sea god's relic? Beside him, a beautiful silver-haired woman in white shook her head. The sea god's relic is one of the 7 keys to open the sea god's palace. This item is too precious. No wonder they are unwilling to hand it over. If Qin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize these two people. He was more familiar with one of them. It was the saintess of the bright heavenly lion clan, Shi Han, who had escaped from his hands in the moonless forest. The man was Shi Wushuang of the three-eyed golden heavenly lion clan, who had been defeated by Qin Feng. Back then, he was almost killed by Qin Feng. If not for the heavenly lion king's intervention, he would have been a dead man. What was unbelievable was that he had broken through to the third realm of the sea rebirth realm when he was just a meridian's condensing realm warrior a year ago. His eyes revealed a trace of golden light, bringing with it a trace of intimidating pressure. Compared to a year ago, he had changed too much. Shi Han's expression was indifferent. These two people are indeed powerful. Rumor has it that they are the reincarnations of the more powerful constellations among the descending stars. Their opponents are the Frosty Snow King Xue Qingxuang, Blood Dragon Ao Kuei, Sea Chief Ao Yi, Tongue Dragon Mu Taishan, Golden Water Lake Dragon Sun Ao Zhang, and the Thousand Waters King Sea Demon. Although they are all prominent people, they are not a match for these two people. Shi Han was very familiar with the identities of the other 6 people. Saintess, these Xingqian school's disciples are really powerful. I have seen the Frosty Snow King, Xue Qingxuang, in action before. He is from the Frost Clan, a branch of the ice race in the extreme north. Their clan's legacy, the myriad world ice sealing technique, is profound and unfathomable. I have seen him single-handedly defeat a veteran martial arts overlord and escape unscathed. This was a young lady from the Thunder Leopard clan. She had a fiery figure and long purple hair that reached her hips like waves. She was tall and graceful, and her delicate face had a hint of wildness. Her expression was grave. There is also that blood dragon Ao Kuei. He is also a famous expert. Such an expert would be one of the best among the inner disciples in any sect. He would not be weaker than those so-called marquis geniuses from Xingqian school. Shi Wushuang sneered. They are just some ants. Shi Wushuang's eyes were cold as she scanned the surroundings. She was looking for a familiar figure in her mind. Ever since she was defeated by Qin Feng in front of her sweetheart and her sister-in-law was taken away, Shi Wushuang hated Qin Feng to the bone. Chapter 560. It could be said that she was constantly thinking about taking revenge on Qin Feng and tearing Qin Feng into pieces. Shi Han looked at Shi Wushuang's expression with her beautiful eyes and sighed inwardly. As the person closest to Shi Wushuang, how could she not understand her fiancé's thoughts? However, only after fighting with Qin Feng would one understand how powerful Qin Feng was. A few months ago, Qin Feng was already able to defeat the Heavenly Lion Clan's martial arts giants. A few months later, according to Shi Han's deduction, this man would only become more terrifying. Even if Shi Wushuang had awakened most of the three-eyed Golden Lion's bloodline, Shi Han did not think that Shi Wushuang had the absolute power to suppress Qin Feng. Even if she could kill Qin Feng, she would probably have to pay a great price. However, looking at the confident Shi Wushuang, Shi Han did not know how to persuade her. Suppressing the worry in her heart, Shi Han looked at the 6 people who were being forced to retreat by Yin Gu and Qi Xiar. These people are strong, but most of them rely on some opportunities and special divine abilities to dominate. We are the strongest in ourselves. The other divine abilities are just means to protect ourselves through the sea of suffering. These people are neglecting the essentials. Naturally, they are not a match for the 2 inner disciples of Xingqian school. These 2 are no longer ordinary inner disciples. They can be said to be the elites of Xingqian school. According to the information from the Divine Temple, it is more appropriate to call them preparatory true disciples. Shi Han's expression was solemn. This time, Xingqian school has sent more than 6 preparatory true disciples. At present, we know that Poison God Qian Kai, Moon Goddess Yu Ji, 6 Paths Heavenly King Wang Daoi, Ice Goddess Ling Xuanhua, 5 Elements King Tan Mingfeng, and rumor has it that Kunping Sun Yiding are also here. Lightning flashed on the leopard girl's body. That's good. We also want to test the quality of these so-called elites. The golden wings on his back were extremely long, and the golden feathers were as sharp as swords. The little rock king said lightly, "You'll have a chance." Beside him, a handsome young man with green eyebrows and black hair laughed. "I would really like to see the true disciples of Xingqian school." Unfortunately, only one of the three marquee geniuses came this time. Shirhan suddenly said, "Get ready to fight. Those six won't be able to stop Yinggu and Qi Xia for much longer." After taking a glance, the leopard girl said, "Is the sea god's relic that important?" The green-browed, black-haired king of the Wood Clan said, "Lei Ji, you still don't understand the value of the sea god's relic." Rather than saying that our purpose of entering the sea spirit continent is to prevent those old ghosts from coming back to life, it's better to say that we're taking the opportunity to enter the sea god's palace. Rumor has it that the sea spirit world here is actually the sea god's kingdom of the ancient sea god. The ancient sea god was a true god recognized by the heavens and earth. Before his fall, all of his skills and even the position of the sea god were left in the sea god palace. Sea god's position? The auras of the people present became chaotic for a few moments. The Wood Clan king said again, "This is also an opportunity for our holy temple. The sea spirit world is open for the first time in several eras. Originally, only some of the ancient sea clans still had the inheritance of the opening time. If it weren't for the message left by one of our ancestors, I'm afraid we would have missed this opportunity. I just don't know how the Xingqian school found out about this secret. They actually opened a passage by force." The leopard girl said, "In that case, I have a question. Since those sea clans know that there may be a sea god's position in the sea god palace, why do they seem to be uninterested?" Shirhan shook her head. "You're wrong. In fact, they are very interested, but the risk is not proportional to the reward. There is a restriction in the sea spirit world. Those who can enter can only be warriors below the level of a martial arts giant." The Wood Clan king nodded and said, "And this is a trap, a huge trap with tempting bait. The sea god's position is the bait." The leopard girl said, "What about the hunters?" The golden-winged little rock said, "The hunters are, of course, those old antiques of the sea clans. They are very ruthless." Roar. At this moment, an invisible roar shook the entire place. With Yin Gu as the center, a terrifying formless head rushed out from his head and roared at the sky. Numerous formless cracks spread out like colorless thunderbolts. No one knew how far they spread. The Frost Snow King Xueqing Shuang, Blood Dragon Ao Kuei, Sea Chief Ao Yi, Tongue Dragon Mutai Shan, Golden Water Lake Dragon Son Ao Zhang, and the Thousand Water King Sea Demon suddenly covered their ears with their faces filled with pain. Soul Elemental Abijna, Soul Roar. On the other side, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Previously, Yinggu had also used Soul Roar to fight against him, but unfortunately, both of his legs were cut off by his sword. Now, the Soul Roar that Yinggu released was more than 10 times stronger than that day in the Earth's secret realm. The 6 sea clans experts that were at the peak of the sea realm who surrounded him were almost instantly in a state worse than death. Their souls were severely injured. This Yinggu actually cultivated the soul elemental ultimacy. Look at the spiritual marks rippling out from his body. There are a total of 7 of them. He comprehended at least 7 types of soul elemental ultimacy. 6 green spiritual marks are the basic ultimacy, and 1 golden spiritual mark is the mid-grade soul elemental ultimacy. The Wood Clan monarch was astonished. The soul elemental was one of the high-grade origins among the elemental types. It was above many mid-grade and low-grade origins. An expert that cultivated the soul elemental origin had an innate advantage over other experts that comprehended mid-grade and low-grade origins. However, everyone knew that the higher the origin, the harder it was to comprehend. The Wood Clan monarch had previously comprehended the wood elemental origin, but he had already refined the wood elemental origin to the creation origin. The creation origin was also one of the high-grade origins. Shi Wushuang smiled faintly. "It's useless. I can see that the 7 types of profound mysteries that he comprehended were all completed quickly. His foundation is shallow, and most of them are the basic origins. I can see that he hasn't even condensed the most basic law boundary. The law boundary was the symbol of comprehending 6 or more profound mysteries and condensing an origin. 6 figures shot out explosively, their faces pale as they collapsed under the stone steel. Qin Feng coldly watched this scene. Yan Ji's gaze was like lightning as she coldly scanned the 6 people. "How dare you fight over the sea god's relic with me?" The woman beside him was as graceful as a fairy, making pearls and jades lose out. Her silk sash danced in the air, containing a trace of peerless sharpness. For a moment, many of the Orioles were intimidated. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the ocean blue relic in Yan Ji's hand. Qin Feng didn't know the specific functions of the sea god's relic. However, he was attracted by the extremely pure essence within the sea god's relic. He felt that if he could swallow this sea god's relic, it would have unimaginable effects on his Blackwater Yao core. The sea god's relic was said to be formed from several pieces of the sea god's essence, qi, and soul. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to immediately rush out. Qin Feng believed that there were some Orioles in the dark who were more anxious than him. Yin Gu and Qi Xia clearly knew that they were being targeted by many Orioles. After defeating the 6 people, they immediately moved, intending to leave. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and the earth veins rumbled. Countless wooden pillars as thick as a baby's arm shot up to the sky. Some experts couldn't help but make the first move. Chapter 561. At this moment, countless vines shot up from the ground and enveloped the 2 of them like a wood elemental azure dragon. "Leave the sea god Sarira behind, or you'll die." The ruler of the Mu clan from the Demon Temple made his move. He detonated countless wood seeds and created a natural divine wood territory. 9 spiritual tattoos appeared on his head. 6 of them were green, 2 were gold, and 1 was purple. The green spiritual tattoos represented the basic ultimacy, while the gold ones represented the intermediate ultimacy, and the purple ones represented the advanced ultimacy. The green spiritual vines that filled the sky almost instantly trapped Yin Gu and Qi Xia, like azure dragons. Yan Ji's expression changed when he saw the dragon-like vines. "Bloodthirsty green vine, you know what's good for you." The king of the Wood Clan is the king of the wood element. I found this vine in the vast wilderness. This bloodthirsty green vine is a heaven-grade spiritual root to begin with. When I found it back then, it was only a wood seed. All these years, I've been feeding it with my blood every night, and it has long become one with my heart. Today, I'll let you 2-star sex preparatory intercore disciples have a good taste. The ruler of the Mu clan sneered. The bloodthirsty green vines shot toward Yin Gu and Qi Xia, like living creatures. "Fire of all creations," Yin Gu shouted angrily. A layer of red flames erupted from his body. This was a top-grade spiritual fire. It could melt gold and iron. But what was shocking was that the bloodthirsty green vine could move freely in the spiritual fire. It was not afraid of fire like other spiritual roots. Qi Xia reminded Yin Gu with the spiritual sword in her hand. "Brother Yin, be careful. The bloodthirsty green vine is a heaven-level spiritual root. It contains the 5 elements and is not afraid of ordinary spiritual fire." Yin Ji's face turned cold. He quickly formed a seal. Soul Roar. He used the same skill again. The invisible roar swept across hundreds of feet. The bloodthirsty green vine suddenly froze. Bang! 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 Several green vines as thick as pythons fell to the ground as if they had lost their spirituality. Qin Feng saw clearly that the spirituality of the bloodthirsty green vine was temporarily stunned by the roar. It lost its ability to fight. Although the bloodthirsty green vine was a heaven-level spiritual root, it was still in its infancy. The ruler of the Mu clan frowned. "Not bad. Watch my boundless world of wood." He pointed with both hands, and a layer of green light burst out from his body. The 6 green, 2 gold, and 1 purple spirit pattern above his head condensed between his palms along with his hand seals. A huge jade-green realm enveloped Yin Gu and Qi Xia. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This was the law realm. When one's comprehension of an origin source reached a certain limit, it would form a divine ability. It was also a type of domain-type divine ability that was formed as one's understanding of space gradually deepened. However, compared to the simple void domain of the Sea of Reincarnation realm, it was undoubtedly much more powerful. It was similar to a domain derived from the heavenly grotto heaven and was extremely powerful. Once enveloped by it, ordinary experts at the peak of the Sea Revolution realm would be at the mercy of the domain's ruler. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. If he had encountered the boundless world of wood, he would have been able to destroy it in less than 3 breaths of time. Soul roar. Yin Ji's face was filled with anger as he once again unleashed his soul elemental great divine ability. This time, he unleashed his full power. The 6 light green spirit runes on top of his head rotated and almost merged with that terrifying soul skull. Buzz buzz. Layers of the void exploded under the violent power of the soul roar. The Wood Clan King's face turned pale. In the next moment, he snorted softly. In the boundless world of wood, countless green trees grew and pierced towards Yin Gu. Puffed. The formless soul roar stopped abruptly. Yin Gu was wrapped up into a dumpling by the thick green vines. Yin Ji's face was gloomy as the astral true energy around him vibrated. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. The green vines that bound him actually followed the vibrations of the true energy in his body and continuously absorbed the true energy in his body. They even became thicker and stronger. Yin Gu roared, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" In another tomb, the golden-winged little rock king shook his head. How can a heaven-ranked spiritual root be so simple? Looks like we don't have to do anything. Muchiwu alone is enough. Shirhan said, "No, Golden Wings, you're wrong. Yin Gu isn't the strongest of the two." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Suddenly, Qi Xia, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, made her move. A hint of indifference appeared on the beautiful face of the woman in colorful clothes. Her jade-like hand landed on the scabbard. 2 extremely majestic sword lights suddenly shot out. The extremely sharp cold light illuminated the entire boundless world of wood. Lay out the earth and seal the borders, plow the court, and sweep the caves. 6 paths of the universe sword art. The majestic sword lights vaguely revealed the scene of heaven and earth. Majestic and boundless. Vaguely, the endless void was split open, revealing the yin and yang of the universe and the destruction of the world. Under the sword lights, the bloodthirsty green vines that filled the sky turned into countless pieces. Puffed, puffed. The Wood Clan King's pupils contracted instantly. In the next moment, the boundless world of wood was like a watermelon that was cut open from the inside. Countless sword lights pierced out. Without a sound, the Wood Clan King and the boundless world of wood were scattered under the sword lights, turning into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. Just one of them was enough to shatter the Wood Clan King's boundless world of wood. Silence. The entire cemetery was dead silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on Qi Xia. Their eyes filled with extreme fear. In the corner, Qin Feng was silent for a long time, thinking to himself. 6 paths of the universe sword art. Qi Xia has actually cultivated this true inheritance. This true inheritance is one of the 9 core true inheritances among the 36 true inheritances of Xingqian school. Even with my current status, I'm still not qualified to come into contact with a true inheritance of this level. The 6 paths of the universe sword art was known as the first creation of Xingqian school. It was the most powerful of the many secret methods of creation in Xingqian school. However, even though this true inheritance sword technique is powerful, she is still no match for me when she encounters me. After comprehending the 1,000 Leaves water god seal and cultivating the real body of the Blackwater mystical snake, Qin Feng's strength skyrocketed. The Blackwater mystical snake was an ancient true spirit. Although Qin Feng cultivated the real body of the Blackwater mystical snake, it could only be regarded as the bloodline of countless generations later. However, a part of the true spirit contained in it was enough to easily tear apart the newborn inner world of a martial arts giant. However, Qin Feng did not underestimate Qi Xia because of this. At this time, Qi Xia was indeed very strong. After cultivating the 6 paths of the universe sword art, she had the ability to split the sky and the earth. If she could cultivate this sword art to Shang, it was rumored that she could even open up a god nation with a single strike. Puff! The pieces of the broken body that fell to the ground dissipated into green wood energy. In the distance, a seedling grew out of the ground and turned into a green bud. The bud quickly matured and split open. The Mu clan king walked out of the bud with lingering fear. She's not dead, he thought to himself. Several people were surprised. The Mu clan king's face was pale. Obviously, his vitality had been greatly damaged. Looking at Qi Xia, his eyes were filled with fear. If he had not used the scapegoat puppet at the last moment and dodged the sword, he might have been completely strangled by the sword. A wooden doll that had been split into several pieces appeared in his hand. A trace of regret flashed across his face as he looked at this wooden doll. This wooden doll was secretly made from a rare divine wood. Even in the Wood Clan of the Wasteland, treasures of this level were abnormally rare. Even as the Mu clan crown prince, he only had one piece. Chapter 562. So, there's a death substitution technique. Then, lend me another sword. 6 paths of the universe sword technique, dismemberment. Qi Xia's indifferent voice reached Mu Qiwu's ears. Mu Qiwu's face turned pale. Swish, swish. The divine swords under the heavens were like a forest, and they were all over the sky. Every single one of them was several zhang long, and the tip of the sword was cold. They stood upright in the sky, and their radiance was resplendent. Killing intent rushed into the heavens. Swish, 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 boom. Mu Qiwu's face turned pale. His vitality was greatly damaged. He had no confidence in blocking this terrifying sword light. Rumble. Lightning flashed. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Through his divine telekinesis, an invisible lightning shadow swept past Mu Qiwu, grabbing him and instantly retreating thousands of feet. Rumble. The ground shook violently. When the dust settled, the scene before them made them gasp. What a powerful sword technique. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The 6 paths of the universe sword technique had 6 moves: earthen border sealing, reincarnation, dismemberment, dismemberment, revolution of the universe, dismemberment. Mastering even one move of such a terrifying sword technique was extremely difficult. Qi Xia seemed to have mastered at least 5 moves. If she's mastered the 6th move, dismemberment, even I'd have to be careful when facing her. He thought to himself. Qin Feng landed on Mu Qiwu's tall, slender, curvaceous girl. She wore battle armor and a short skirt. She's from the Demon Temple. Her terrifying speed left a deep impression on him. She must have cultivated the profound meaning of speed. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is unbeatable. However, the aura emanating from her body is related to lightning. This leopard girl must have refined her lightning origin to speed origin. Lightning origin was also one of the high-level origins. However, speed origin was even more powerful. Time was supreme, space was king, and then high-level origins. In fact, there was a sub-king origin between a high-grade origin source and a king-grade origin source. Similar to speed and temperature, they were both quasi-king grade origin sources. Qi Xia's beautiful eyes fell on the leopard lady who was 1,000 feet away. So it's the Thunder Spiritual Leopard Clan. It seems like the demons from the demon temple are all here. Show yourselves. Mushiwu was furious. Qixia was clearly looking down on him from her words. To be looked down upon by a woman, especially one as beautiful as Qixia, how could a young and impetuous man like him stand it? He was about to rush out. The leopard girl held him down. Don't be impulsive. Qixia is indeed very powerful, especially when she entered the Star-Lord Tower of Xingqian School a few months ago. You and I both know what kind of place the Star-Lord Tower is. It's not a shame that you are not her opponent. The leopard girl did not hide her voice. Qin Feng stopped her words by his ear, his heart trembling. The Star-Lord Pagoda was one of Xingqian School's foundations. The Star-Lord Pagoda was a set. It could be divided or combined. If combined, it would be an extreme secret treasure. Not to mention its power. Its ability to assist the cultivation of Xingqian School's disciples was famous among the various sections. A hint of envy flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Even he was looking forward to the cultivation effects of the Star-Lord Pagoda. Unfortunately, the Star-Lord Pagoda was not a place anyone could enter. Even if it was the core disciple, it was impossible. Qixia twirled her sword. You even know that we have entered the Star-Lord Pagoda. It seems that the demon temple is very resourceful. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Judging from Qixia's words, she did not seem to know that she had entered the Star-Lord Pagoda to cultivate. A hint of depression flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. He was also an inner disciple of Xingqian School and a marquee genius. Yet, he did not have a spot to enter the Star-Lord Pagoda this time. The leopard girl sneered. Qixia cut the crap. Hand over the sea god's Sarira. You can't keep this treasure. Okay, then let me see what the famous Thunder Saintess of the Demon Temple is capable of. At this time, on the other side, several experts of Xingqian School were also paying attention to the field. 5 figures stood in great numbers. If Qin Feng was here, he would definitely find that these were all his acquaintances. Qian Kai, Yu Ji, Wang Daoyi, Ling Shuanghua, and Tan Mingfeng. The only difference was that the aura emitted by these 5 people was more than 10 times stronger than a few months ago. All of them were at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. Among them, Tan Mingfeng's strength was unfathomable. He had already surpassed the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. Wang Daoyi said, "Should we go down and help senior sister Qi? This leopard girl's strength is extraordinary." Wang Daoyi cultivated a special kind of magic that made his spiritual sense extremely sharp. Yu Ji shook her head. Not for the time being. There are still many Orioles hiding in the dark. The 7 sea gods Sarira have been obtained by the East Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, North Sea Dragon Palace, South Sea Dragon Palace, and Endless Sea Dragon Palace respectively. This is already 5. The last one is said to be in the hands of a mysterious woman. This is the last sea god Sarira. Our Xingqian School must get it. Senior Sister Qi will deal with this leopard girl. We just need to guard against the sneak attacks of those in the dark. Tan Mifeng nodded. Opening the sea god's palace is our primary mission. The last sea god Sarira is especially important. It concerns our right to speak in the sea god's palace. Qian Kai's blue eyes widened. He was suddenly speechless. However, the other 4 did not dare to underestimate him. Since the all-star martial arts meet, Qian Kai could be said to have risen like a comet. The talent he displayed and his attainments in the poison element were truly shocking. A few months ago, this person even broke into the demon battlefield alone and single-handedly killed several demon kings at the martial Dao overlord level. His world-shocking appearance caused everyone to be shocked, especially this time when he entered the Star-Lord Divine Tower. He had already walked to the forefront of his generation's geniuses. Some even suspected that even if that marquee genius came, he might not be Qian Kai's opponent. Qian Kai said when he saw everyone's gaze on him, "Although the Demon God's Temple's people are tyrannical, they are already in the open. We don't need to worry about them. What we need to worry about are the peerless geniuses on the Martial Dao Prodigy list and the experts on the SeaWorld Prodigy list." Tan Mingfeng, Yu Ji, and the others looked solemn. Although everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few months, if they were to face the peerless geniuses on the prodigy list, the pressure would not be small. At this time, on the other side, Qin Feng suddenly noticed three familiar figures approaching. Xian Wuji, Yi Ding, and Bai Yin'er. The three of them approached silently, glancing at the situation on the battlefield. Their eyes flickered. Without making a sound, the three of them found an ancient tree and hid, preparing to be the Oriole in the dark. Coincidentally, the ancient tree they were hiding in was about 10 zhang away from Qin Feng. There's a chapter at around 9 o'clock. Chapter 563. These three are here too? Looks like there's going to be a big show here. There are too many Orioles. I wonder who will be the last hunter. As he pondered, Qin Feng glanced at Yen Gu and Qi Xia in the center. Yen Gu had already been injured by Mu Chuwu, and a portion of his blood essence had been devoured by the bloodthirsty ivy. Although he retained a certain amount of combat power, he could be considered to have been eliminated early. Mu Chuwu was not much better off. His boundless world of wood had been cut open by Qi Xia's sword, and an indelible mark had been left on his heart. Unless he rebuilt his boundless world of wood, he would definitely die if he broke through to the Nirvana realm. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the sea god's relic, and his eyes flickered. He was determined to get the essence in the sea god's relic. Boom! In the field, Qi Xia and the Panther Lady had already exchanged blows. The sky was filled with lightning, and countless lightning shadows attacked Qi Xia. Her hair was sparkling, and her body was bathed in lightning. 10 directions divine thunder seal. Lightning prairie. Boom! 10,000 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Sword splitting earth splitting border. As the lightning descended, Qi Xia's expression turned serious. Her jade-like arms danced, and the sword light split the sky and earth. The 10,000 bolts of lightning were torn apart. 10 directions divine thunder seal. Army shattering thunder. The Panther Lady's speed was terrifyingly fast. She shuttled silently, so fast that it was dazzling. Their eyes could not keep up with her speed at all. The speed of lightning was unparalleled. Qi Xia, her sword could not be said to be slow. In a flash, ordinary warriors could not react at all. However, the Panther Lady dodged it easily, displaying a speed that shocked everyone. Lightning speed, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Boom! As the Panther Lady's thunder seal blasted into the ground, countless bolts of lightning rushed out from the ley lines. Her attack turned the turbid air of the earth into terrifying lightning. This kind of mastery of lightning was shocking. Qi Xia's body was ethereal like an immortal. Her sword light turned, and yin and yang appeared around her. For the first time, spiritual marks appeared on top of her head. 12 spiritual marks. 6 green, 3 gold, 3 purple. 6 basic profound meanings, 3 intermediate profound meanings, and 3 advanced profound meanings. She had comprehended a total of 12 profound meanings. The universe transformed into yin and yang transformed into the 8 desolates. When the sword slashed out, it was as if the heavens and the earth were being split apart, and it developed into a grand world of the universe. Heaven and earth sword. It's so terrifying. In the dark, some genius's pupils shrank violently. Countless lightning bolts on the ground were attracted by the sword light, swallowed, and turned into nourishment for the sword world. Everyone knows that All Stars College has sword kings, sword emperors, sword gods, and sword saints. Who would have thought that there's a terrifying swordswoman like Qi Xia in the dark? The leopard lady's eyes were filled with excitement. The strength that Qi Xia had shown made her fighting spirit soar to the extreme. However, this is not enough to defeat me. His long purple hair seemed to be condensed from the essence of thunder. Divine thunder seal of 10 directions. Universe thunderstorm. Earth thunder mountain slashing. Deafening thunder. Swamp lightning returns to origin. Eternal firmament. Annihilation of heaven and earth. Total annihilation. The sky was filled with lightning. The leopard lady's hand seals changed again and again. 12 spiritual lights rushed out from the top of her head. 12 kinds of thunder, elemental spiritual patterns formed. 6 green, for gold, and 2 purple. Countless terrifying lightning bolts surrounded her body. Thunder seals were released one after another, the power of which could destroy the world. Only the roar of thunder was left in the world. Er's face became more and more serious. Countless lightning bolts condensed on her sword light, and the pressure became greater and greater. Attracting so many lightning bolts was like carrying a mountain on Er's back. The sword light soared and expanded to the extreme. In the crisis of life and death, her sword world began to evolve. The turbidity of the universe was split open by the introduced lightning bolts, and earth, water, wind, and fire appeared. The earth, water, wind, and fire were mixed with the lightning bolts, nourishing all things. There was a faint, grand aura of the beginning of time. With this change, Er's aura began to rise. She has begun to evolve the sword world with the help of the leopard lady's pressure. Some experts were secretly absent-minded. The leopard lady was controlling the divine thunder seal of 10 directions with all her strength. Seeing this change, she sneered. "How can I let you do as you wish? My divine thunder is not so easy to swallow." 10 directions divine thunder seal, 10 directions return to 1, explode. With a fierce shout, the lightning bolts in the sword world began to go berserk. A little lightning bolt suddenly exploded like an oil barrel being ignited. The countless lightning bolts that had previously poured into the sword world exploded like a chain reaction. Boom! The turbidity of the universe shattered. The 8 barren lands were annihilated, and all things returned to chaos. The sword world faintly showed signs of shattering. It's over. Once the sword world shatters, it will be equivalent to the shattering of the origin. It will be the same as the parasol tree. It will be extremely difficult to break through the realm of martial arts giants in the future. Unable to suppress the explosion of the sword world, faintly showed a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The leopard lady sneered. Qin Feng's expression flickered. If he made a move now, with the power of the innate yin and yang qi, it would be easy for him to suppress the sword world. Should I make a move? Er's beautiful face was calm. She was not afraid in the face of danger. Suddenly, she held the long sword in her hand. The long sword was like an inverted galaxy. It suddenly locked onto the leopard lady and slashed out. 6 paths of Qianquan sword technique, Qianquan revolution. With the help of the explosion of countless divine thunderbolts, the sword light slashed out. It was as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. Boom! The leopard lady's expression changed instantly. At this moment, it was as if a white light had pierced through heaven and earth, dimming the world for a moment. The bright white light locked onto the leopard lady and penetrated her in an instant. It was almost as if it was pulling dry weeds as it hit her body. The panther lady's pupils expanded to the limit. Under this power, her body seemed to split apart and was disintegrated by the extremely brilliant white light. Crack! The white light penetrated the leopard lady and did not weaken. It fell in the air and exploded. Dark cracks in the void were like dark thunder and lightning, stretching for an unknown distance. At this moment, the sky seemed to have been ruthlessly drawn. A thick black line stretched out, shocking everyone. At this moment, many martial artists watched this scene quietly. After a long time, they exhaled deeply. However, that terrifying sword light seemed to be imprinted in the depths of their souls. Unforgettable. Crack! Silently, there was the sound of metal breaking. Accompanied by a faint whine, a trace of red blood overflowed from the corner of Er's mouth. Her beautiful face was slightly pale as she raised the long sword in her hand. This sparkling and translucent blue high-grade spirit sword was actually breaking apart inch by inch. Wah! Er spat out a mouthful of blood. The ground was covered in red. Tragic. Although she had used the fifth sword of the six paths of the Cosmos sword technique at the last moment to divert the power of the explosion of countless divine thunderbolts, she still suffered a backlash. However, compared to the violent end of the Leopard Lady's soul, Qixia was undoubtedly in a much better state despite being seriously injured. Seeing Qixia, vomiting blood, countless eyes in the dark suddenly lit up. Swish! Swish! Golden light cut through the void like a golden thunderbolt. A sharp claw suddenly appeared above Xiao's head with boundless hostility. This claw not only wanted to seize the sea god's relic, but also tear the seriously injured Xiao into pieces. Chapter 564. His demonic body emitted a golden brilliance, and his 5 fingers turned into a pair of golden claws. His pupils were as sharp as knives, forcing people's hearts. His speed was extremely fast, not inferior to the Leopard Lady's speed. The timing he chose was excellent. At this time, Qixia had just killed the Leopard Lady and suffered a huge backlash. Her strength had been reduced by 90%. Even Yengu could only watch the golden-winged little rock king kill Qixia, unable to help. It's too late. What a pity for such a beauty. Many experts shook their heads. When the little rock king appeared, Qin Feng immediately sensed it, but Qin Feng did not move. At the first moment, a figure silently appeared on the field thousands of feet away. Boom! A jet-black brilliance shot out and blocked in front of Qixia. Several terrifying demonic lights shot out. When the little rock king touched the jet-black brilliance, his expression changed. As if he had grabbed a hedgehog, the golden light flashed, and he retreated thousands of feet. It's the poison god Qian Kai. Looking at the indifferent figure of the gray-robed youth, Shi Han's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a trace of fear flashed through them. Shi Wushuang frowned. It's that monster with poison all over his body. Qian Kai. Seeing the gray-robed youth suddenly appear, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. Every time he saw Qian Kai, there was always a surprise. The Qian Kai in front of him gave him a huge surprise. The peak of the sea reincarnation realm, 13 divine lights. 6 green, 3 gold, and 4 purple. And it was the extremely terrifying poison origin among the high-level origins. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. A few months ago, Qian Kai was just a warrior who had just entered the sea reincarnation realm. This cultivation speed is simply terrifying. The cruelty of the Golden Age was far more difficult than Qin Feng had imagined. Seeing Qian Kai appear to save Qixia, Yanji's eyes did not have much joy. Instead, a trace of jealousy and embarrassment flashed through. Compared to Qian Kai, he, a so-called peerless genius on a star, was far too inferior. Qixia's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of brilliance as she said lightly, "Junior brother, thank goodness you're here." Qian Kai smiled. "Senior sister Qi, you're too courteous. Normally, I wouldn't be able to catch up with such a beautiful woman like senior sister Qi, even if I were queue up. Today, my luck is extremely good." Qixia smiled sweetly, indescribably charming. The jealousy and hatred in Yan Ji's eyes intensified. Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly. This Qian Kai also started a harem mode. Obviously, Yengu was just a jealous villain in fairy tales. The golden-winged little rock king stood far above the void. The golden wings on his back were like 2 golden suns. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were frightening. But behind him, one of his hands flickered with black light, and it was continuously attacking his arm. A golden light flashed in his eyes. What a powerful poison! Many people noticed this scene and were inwardly shocked. The little golden-winged rock king's bloodline was noble, and the golden-winged great rocks had an extraordinary resistance to poisons. Ordinary poisons, even the immemorial poison dragon's poison, would not be able to harm the descendants of the golden-winged rock. But now it had become like this. The golden light shone brightly. Inch by inch, the golden light shot out from his sharp claws, and countless black lights burst out from his 5 fingers. Qian Kai frowned as he looked at this scene. As expected of the supreme genius of the golden-winged Great Rock King's bloodline, Qian Kai, your poison technique is indeed very powerful. It is even more powerful than some of the true spirit races in my divine temple who cultivate poison techniques. He stood upright with his hands behind his back like an unstoppable god. But you have met your nemesis. In my opinion, you so-called geniuses of Xingqian school, except for the few supreme geniuses who have hidden the deepest secrets, the rest, including the so-called 3 marquee geniuses, are just people with undeserved reputation. He walked step by step toward Qian Kai. A dazzling golden light was emitted from his majestic demonic body. He looked like a supreme being, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In the dark, many experts looked solemn. The golden-winged Little Rock King's words made people uncomfortable, but he was indeed very strong. Among his peers, he had experienced hundreds of battles and had never been defeated. Many geniuses of Xingqian school and other sects had died at his hands. He had even personally killed many veteran martial arts giants of Xingqian school. In the dark, Qin Feng looked indifferent. On the other side, Yiding couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The golden-winged Little Rock King's words made him want to kill. I know you're not convinced, but it doesn't matter. Today, this Japanese seat will let you all broaden your horizons. Golden-winged dragon fighting technique, throwing gold like dirt, breaking through armies. With a flash of golden light, a huge golden rock claw appeared again. It had to be said that the golden-winged Little Rock King's strength was indeed terrifying. Wherever the rock claw passed, the void would crack. It was as if 5 large holes had been torn in the void. Wherever the rock claw locked onto, the space would collapse. What a fast speed! Even I would be in trouble if I were to face him. But I have comprehended the profound meaning of void vibration, so I might not be able to catch his strange movements. But for Qian Kai, I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Having extreme speed was undoubtedly an innate advantage. Once this advantage persisted, it could easily become the last straw that broke the balance. Qian Kai didn't look like he was going to dodge. He knew that in terms of speed, he was definitely not as fast as the golden-winged Little Rock King. His body was like a black light. In an instant, the black light wrapped around the golden-winged Little Rock King like a poisonous snake. Primordial divine poison formula, white tiger skinning, red-crowned crane beheading, divine ape cutting meat, treasure elephant pulling teeth, spirit turtle breaking shell, Qilin dismemberment, azure dragon broken horn, golden rock breaking wings. This was an extremely evil martial technique. Qian Kai unhurriedly used it. 13 spiritual tattoos merged in his palm technique. It was extremely evil and strange. Every black light spread out. Wherever it passed, even the void was corroded, withered, and weakened. It was like the 5 decays of heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The golden-winged Little Rock King's expression became uglier and uglier. He realized that facing Qian Kai was like an old tortoise that didn't know where to bite. He couldn't touch it, couldn't touch it, couldn't touch it. That poison was rarely seen in his life. Do you really think I can't kill you? He roared angrily at the sky. Everywhere gold splits the territory. Impregnable lock the sky. Golden lion's heavenly roar subdues all beasts. Boundless golden light dominates the clouds. The golden-winged Little Rock King's beard spewed out tens of thousands of rays of golden light. His eyes were like wild knives, shooting out killing intent that caused the void to turn cold. Countless killer moves were performed to the extreme. A pure land appeared in the golden light and turned into a mournful sword light. What a terrifying killer move. Countless sea race experts felt their skin turn cold and their souls tremble. Swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword lights fell sharply. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens crashing down. The poisonous net formed by the black light above Qian Kai's head was penetrated and shattered. It pierced through Qian Kai's body like lightning. With a crushing force, Qian Kai's body turned into a bloody powder. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere. This scene was terrifying to the extreme. The expressions of the disciples of Xingqian School changed. The peerless genius of Xingqian School's inner sanctum, known as the Poison God, fell just like that. He was killed by the golden-winged little rock king in the sea spirit world. Chapter 565. He's dead. Many experts looked around. No, he's not dead. Although I don't know what's going on, his vitality is almost gone, but he still has a breath left. Wang Daoyi closed his eyes. 5 elements, Sovereign Tan Ming Feng, and Ice Goddess Ling Shuanghua glanced at Wang Daoyi. Although Wang Daoyi's performance in All-Stars College was outstanding, he was not eye-catching among the many geniuses. However, this time, he suddenly rose. It was amazing. There were rumors that this person was a supreme figure reincarnated from the true soul of an ancient supreme. The group of people did not dare to underestimate him. At this moment, Wang Daoyi operated his soul and evolved into a huge reincarnation disc. He cultivated the ancient self-created technique, reincarnation scripture. He was once a peerless figure in the ancient era. He was also half a step away from becoming a god, but unfortunately, his deity position was limited, so he could only end sadly. This was already his 10th reincarnation, and he was a supreme every time. However, the heavens did not wait for the years, and each time, he withered sadly. This was an extremely terrifying mission. Ordinary ancient supreme beings could only reincarnate 3 times. Although the true soul was strong, it also had a lifespan and would decay. After living for 3 lifetimes, the soul would be tainted and the 5 decays would occur. At that time, the true soul would collapse and decay. The reincarnation scripture that Wang Daoyi created broke through the limit and passed the 5 decays several times. 9 supreme beings combined into one. How terrifying was that? He narrowed his eyes and stared at the golden-winged little rock king, a trace of dangerous light shooting out. This Qian Kai has great perseverance. His poison god body was originally filled with poison, and the essence of the poison gas condensed in his body. If he wanted to advance to nirvana, he would have died. Once he began to break through, the poison fire would attack his heart, and he would definitely be devoured by the poison, and his soul would be destroyed. Even if he condensed the poisonous blood, origin, embryo, and body, he could only temporarily suppress it. The poisonous blood, origin, embryo could not be removed. Now, the golden-winged little rock king helped him. He forced out his potential with one strike, causing him to cut off his means of retreat and fight to live. Qin Feng sighed. Although Qian Kai had been defeated by him repeatedly, the more he was defeated, the braver he became. He had great wisdom and perseverance. At this moment, he had already become a master. The golden-winged little rock king seemed to sense something. His eyes were sharp like peerless blades, piercing through the void. Behind him, tens of thousands of rays of golden light shot towards the surrounding tainted blood. Whoosh! The golden wind rose from the ground. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. At this moment, a speck of bloody light suddenly shot out from the depths of the void. In everyone's eyes, it was as if they could hear the roaring of a river. A clear and fragrant river of blood flew out from the depths of the void. The blood river rumbled. Pure blood energy flowed through, leaving behind a medicinal fragrance in the air. Everywhere it passed, the trees would grow rapidly, benefiting all living creatures. This is the Medicine King's blood river. An expert cried out in surprise. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Poison and medicine were originally one. Qian Kai originally cultivated the myriad poison's body. Although it was terrifyingly powerful, it was filled with too much filth and evil qi. In the end, it was not on the righteous path, and it was difficult for him to make any progress. On blood washing the mountains and rivers. Accompanied by a faint voice, a bloody light swept across the sky and enveloped the golden-winged little rock king. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Following that, his blood qi was vaguely connected. At the same time, an invisible corrosive force came, corroding his body and soul. He faintly felt the horror of being poisoned. Powerful. What a domineering medicine king's blood river. Medicine and poison in one. A wisp of primordial poison flame appeared in his heart meridian, refining and suppressing all the blood qi. Qin Feng's eyes turned. He transferred all the refined medicinal properties to the ancient tree he was attached to. It was visible to the naked eye that the ancient tree was full of vitality and spirituality. If it was given time, it might become a spiritual tree in 100 years. Qin Feng had the primordial poison flame and did not need to worry about the poison. The others were not so lucky. The mighty bloody light swept across. Who knew how many Orioles suffered? All of them were poisoned, and their heads were spinning as they lost track of their movements. The bloody light swept across at an extremely fast speed like a red shadow. Everywhere it passed, the Orioles turned into tonics for Qian Kai. Every time he swallowed the blood essence of a sea race prodigy, his blood river would increase by a bit. When it reached the golden-winged little rock king, it immediately turned into a raging wave. The golden-winged little rock king's face suddenly became strangely red. He was poisoned. Moreover, all the blood qi in his body was stirred, making it difficult for him to move. Poison god Qian Kai is indeed powerful. The golden-winged little rock king's face darkened. But if you want to defeat me with this, you won't be able to. One by one, mysterious seals appeared between his 5 fingers. Whoosh, whoosh. He flapped his 2 golden wings, and a formless, faint golden breeze appeared around him. The strange thing was that Qian Kai's blood river could not advance even half a step under the influence of the faint golden breeze. Samadhi, divine wind. The expressions of many experts changed. Samadhi, heaven and earth darkened. This was a true spirit, great divine ability that was above ordinary great divine abilities. Swoosh, swoosh. Without a sound, the layers of space turned pitch black like fine white paper. The wind blew away the bloody aura of the layers of blood river, strand by strand, like silk being peeled from a cocoon. In the blink of an eye, only a thin layer of the thick blood river remained. What a terrifying samadhi, divine wind. Mushiwu was moved. Even at his peak, he could not withstand a single blow from such a terrifying divine wind. The samadhi divine wind is indeed powerful and terrifying. If I were to encounter it, probably only the yin-yang divine diagram formed from innate yin and yang qi would be able to withstand it. Qin Feng's expression was grim. True spirit, great divine abilities were indeed extraordinarily terrifying. If the 3-eyed golden lion's 3rd eye of taboo, it would also be a true spirit, great divine ability. He had cultivated the Blackwater mystical snake's body and awakened the bloodline of the ancient true spirit Blackwater mystical snake. He also had a true spirit, great divine ability. It was a water-type, true spirit, great divine ability inherited from the Blackwater mystical snake. However, generally speaking, only demon king-level martial powerhouses could awaken true spirit, great divine abilities. The golden-winged little rock king could wield a true spirit, great divine ability as a sea of reincarnation. It was truly terrifying. Within the blood river, Qian Kai's expression changed. He was also a decisive person. A small portion of the blood river evaporated before his eyes. Rumble. The boundless blood river suddenly contracted and erupted in the next moment. He transformed into a beam of red light that shot into the sky, breaking through the samadhi divine wind. The golden-winged little rock king's expression changed drastically. He was about to retreat. However, he was still a hair too late. The blood river brushed past his left side. Arg! He hissed in pain. One of his golden wings instantly withered. With a flash of his blood vessel, he crossed 1,000 feet. Qian Kai's figure appeared. His face was ghastly pale. He had paid a great price to forcefully break through the Samadhi divine wind. Both sides were injured. Here's our chance. The faces of many experts in the dark lit up. However, in the next moment, everyone's faces were like cicadas in winter. Silently, a white-clothed figure stood before Qian Kai to protect him. Kunping's son, Yi Ding. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This Yi Ding sure knew how to seize the opportunity to win people's hearts. Chapter 566. Kunping's son Yi Ding. Half of his golden wing turned into ashes. Just as he was about to capture Qian Kai and force Qi Xia to hand over the sea god's relic, Yi Ding appeared. Rage burned in his heart. The little golden-winged Peng King looked at Yi Ding with an ice-cold expression. His murderous intent surged like a waterfall. The little golden-winged Peng King let out a long howl. His messy hair fluttered and stood on end. Senior brother Yi, you have to be careful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although I took away half of his essence blood, he can still resist. Qian Kai took a step back and walked to Qi Xia's side. Junior brother Qian, are you okay? Qi Xia looked at the gray-clothed youth with worry on her beautiful face. The Samadhi celestial wind was too terrifying. She saw with her own eyes that most of Qian Kai's blood river was blown away. Qian Kai shook his head. Senior sister, don't worry. My blood river body can gather and disperse. It's very mysterious. Losing some essence blood only hurts some vitality. When I enter the blood sea or the demon battlefield in the future, I can easily make up for it. Junior brother Qian, you've worked hard. You can exhaust part of the little Peng King's strength. Considering your age, you're quite strong. Yin Ge walked over and stood between Qian Kai and Qi Xia. He smiled, looked at Qian Kai deeply, and said to Qi Xia, Junior sister, junior brother Qian is injured. Let him recuperate. Yin Ji's heart spasmed. He couldn't tolerate the woman he regarded as his exclusive property, caring for others. Qi Xia didn't think much and nodded. Qian Kai glanced at Yin Ge. He sensed that Yin Ge was on guard against him. His eyes fell on Yi Ding. Senior brother Yi, it's up to you now. Yi Ding nodded his head silently. He glanced at the sea god's relic in Qi Xia's hand. This sea god's relic was very useful to him. If he could refine the essence of the sea god in this sea god's relic, the Kunping true body to Shang would be just around the corner. Yi Ding tilted his head and glanced at the little golden-winged rock king's broken wing. Golden Peng, you're no match for me. The little Peng King's face changed instantly. The little Peng was an arrogant person. How could he endure Yi Ding's tone? His aura, which had been severely damaged and had declined to the extreme, began to rise steadily. Yi Ding said indifferently, as if he did not see anything. Golden-winged little Peng King, I heard that you have the purest bloodline of the golden-winged great Peng bird. That's great. My Kunping true body needs this bloodline. If I devour you, my Kunping true body will become even more powerful. Are you ready? His gaze was indifferent. From the very beginning, he had never taken the little rock king seriously. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. To a certain extent, Yi Ding and the little rock king were the same kind of people. Aloof, arrogant, and conceited, looking down on others. Boom! Strands of golden light erupted from his body, piercing through the heavens. His robust body possessed a demonic nature, and terrifying ocean-like fluctuations were released. The withered golden wing transformed into a huge golden wing covered in raging flames. A raging flame burned in his eyes. There was a moment of silence. Kunping's son, Yi Ding, you're courting death. With each word, the little rock king's violent golden demonic power fluctuated. When he spat out the last word, an ancient heavenly Peng burst out from behind him. The golden brilliance dyed the sky red, as if a blazing sun had shattered in the sky. A violent golden divine wind burst out and enveloped Yi Ding. Samadhi divine wind. The little rock king's entire body turned into a strong, faint golden tornado. Whoosh! The terrifying Samadhi divine wind was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under Yi Ding's pressure, the little rock king's potential erupted. The 13 spiritual patterns on his head were slowly fusing together and merging into his bloodline. An ancient aura was awakening. Is he going to break through? In the dark, the expressions of many prodigies changed drastically. In his anger, he completely awakened the bloodline of the golden-winged great pung bird. He's going to cultivate the golden-winged great pung bird true body. He was going to break through to the nirvana realm. Oh no, his bloodline is being activated. We can't stop it. In the distance, Ice God Ling Shuanghua's expression changed drastically. The little rock king was already difficult to deal with before he broke through. If he broke through, the beauty might be able to stop him. In the dark, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his natural enemy had appeared. The golden-winged great pung bird was the natural enemy of the Blackwater mystical snake. Qin Feng might not have cared about the little rock king before, but once the little rock king broke through, even he would be in trouble. Wang Dao closed his eyes, his expression indifferent. It was as if he didn't appreciate the little rock king's transformation at all. Yi Ding's eyes lit up, and his nose twitched. What an alluring fragrance. What a perfect meal. You taste the most delicious right now. My appetite has been awakened. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared and turned into a huge black hole. Suddenly, he swallowed the samadhi celestial wind and even the little rock king, as if he was swallowing dates. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many experts seem to have heard the sound of a cow's tendon being crushed. The void was like an apple that had been bitten, leaving a bite mark. Dumbfounded, many experts' jaws almost dropped to the ground. The little rock king, who was about to break through to the Demon King realm and had never been defeated by anyone of the same cultivation level, was swallowed in one bite. One had to know that even the famous poison god Qian Kai was unable to do anything to this little rock king. Now, the little rock king was swallowed without being able to resist at all. Soundless, Yi Ding landed lightly on the ground, his loose snow-white robe fluttering in the wind. He burped, and there was a strange look of satisfaction on his face. Although they were far away, the gazes of some of the geniuses hidden in the dark were all focused on Yi Ding. Only now did they wake up from their endless shock. Their gazes towards Yi Ding were filled with awe and reverence, as if they were looking at a god. So strong. Young Master Yi is really amazing. He actually swallowed the little rock king, who dominated the younger generation, in one bite. He's really extraordinary. On top of the ancient tree, Bai Yin-er's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of splendor. Bai Yin-er said, "With this ability alone, Mr. Yi is probably the strongest among the 3 marquee geniuses in the Star Sect." Xian Wuji's eyes flickered. Yi Ding's Kuan Peng, swallowing sky grand theurgy, has evolved from an ordinary grand theurgy to a true spirit grand theurgy. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. But to be honest, although Yi Ding was strong, Qin Feng was still confident that he could suppress Yi Ding. Unless Yi Ding immediately condensed the Kuan Peng's body and obtained the true spirit force of the Kuan Peng. At this moment, the situation changed again. Seeing the leopard lady and the little rock king fall one after another, Shi Wushuang's eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage. He had already rushed out of his hiding place and arrived in front of Yi Ding. His third taboo eye opened, and a terrifying power was being nurtured. There's still more at night, around 8:30 p.m. Chapter 567. Shi Wushuang. When he saw Shi Wushuang's angry face and her third eye twitching, Qin Feng's expression changed, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. With a loud bang, he flew out of the ancient tree. At the same time, he used the void shuttle. While Bai Yin-er was still in a daze, he moved 10 feet horizontally and grabbed the hidden Bai Yin. Suddenly being grabbed, Bai Yin-er's expression changed. She wanted to shake off the hand, but the hand's 5 claws emitted a rolling force like a long river. When the boundless ice true power in her body met this true power, it collapsed, and she could not move at all. Thief, how dare you? Xian Wuji was furious. In just a moment, Bai Yin who was regarded as his exclusive property, was taken away. What a shame! The black figure grabbed Bai Yin and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's sudden escape attracted the attention of many experts. Everyone's gazes were somewhat baffled. Before Qin Feng retreated, Wang Daoyi had already led the Xingqian school's disciples to retreat. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, he grabbed Yin Gu and Qi Xia, and Qian Kai and left like a ray of gray light. In the dark, a few other figures had indeed thought of something at the first moment. They retreated immediately. The others did not understand the key point. By the time they wanted to retreat, it was already too late. A golden ray of light swept across the void. Forbidden Eye, the three-eyed golden lion's forbidden ability. Kacha. Within a radius of a few hundred feet, tombstones, ancient trees, grass, gravel, and even the air froze in an instant. Yi Ding was the first to bear the brunt. He was about to say something, but his lips parted slightly and his eyes were filled with shock. Wang Daoyi, who led so many people, was one step slower. An ancient light wheel appeared on his body and shattered the void with one blow. In the next moment, he shot thousands of feet away. Wherever the golden ray of the third eye swept across, time and space froze. In the dark, some experts who used various abilities to hide their bodies all revealed themselves in this boundless golden brilliance. Astonishment was written all over their faces. Shi Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. He was filled with killing intent towards these Orioles. Kacha. In the void, an invisible ripple began to ripple. Wherever Shi Wushuang passed, layers of the void were silently destroyed. That destructive power spread hundreds of feet from the depths of the void. This distance was far beyond the 10 zhang that Qin Feng could see. The void cracked like a mirror, and the void power turned into a solid mirror that fell, revealing a terrifying void black hole. Many powerhouses could not react in time and were instantly swept by the forbidden space-time power, turning into ashes. There were also some who were too careless and were sucked into the black hole in the void, becoming unlucky souls that were exiled into the boundless void. Yi Ding's face was extremely unsightly. A faint black light burst out from his body, and a small black cauldron suddenly appeared from his body, automatically blocking in front of him. The small cauldron emitted a dark light that suppressed the void. Wherever the dark light passed, the void energy would be silently devoured and refined. That's a true artifact. A powerhouse, standing far away, cried out in alarm. Several rays of light fell to the ground, and several extremely tyrannical auras appeared. Martial arts giants. Moreover, they were not ordinary martial arts giants. It's the King of Desolation, Wang Lu, and the Thunder Crown Prince, Mo Ao, Blood Dragon, Ao Li, Kacha. In the astonished eyes of Wang Lu, Mo Ao, and Ao Li, the small black cauldron in front of Yi Ding suddenly made a cracking sound. Visible to the naked eye, a fine crack appeared on one side of the black cauldron, like a spider web, which made Yi Ding's face extremely unsightly. This treasure was the Black Dragon Cauldron. This Kuan Peng Black Cauldron was an ancient true artifact. Although part of it was incomplete, causing its quality to drop, it barely reached the quality of a low-grade true artifact. However, it was from this Kuan Peng Black Cauldron that he learned the Kuan Peng Swallowing the Heavens great technique, which allowed him to rise from the destruction of his sect to his current achievements. There was also the original spirit of the Kuan Peng Black Cauldron, the goddess Kuan Peng. The moment the Black Cauldron was damaged, Yi Ding went berserk. His eyes were blood red, like an ancient fierce beast. With a crazy roar, the violent black light on his body broke through the space-time seal of the Forbidden Eye. His body turned into a huge black hole and merged with the Black Cauldron, turning into an extremely terrifying black hole. Like lightning, it broke the space-time seal of the Forbidden Eye. In the midst of Shi Wushuang's fury, it swallowed Shi Wushuang along with the forbidden eye. Fierce, too fierce, swallowing the three-eyed golden lion. Even the three peerless powerhouses on the martial arts prodigy list couldn't help but be stunned. Then they sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't want to live anymore. Wasn't he afraid that his intestines and stomach would rot? Grabbing by Yin'er, he flew thousands of feet away. When he turned around, Qin Feng happened to see this scene, and his pupils shrank. The Kuan Peng swallowing the heavens great technique was an ancient magical ability that claimed to swallow everything. It could even swallow the inner world and secret realms. The more it swallowed, the stronger it would be. However, swallowing the forbidden was a bit exaggerated. Although the Kuan Peng swallowing the heavens great technique was boastful and claimed to be able to swallow heaven and earth, there were still some things that it couldn't swallow. This forbidden eye contained the power of the Vipralopa and the power of space-time. It was extremely difficult to swallow. Boom! Moments after swallowing Shi Wushuang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the huge black hole. The entire black hole trembled unstably. It expanded and shrank. After a dozen times, Yi Ding's cold figure appeared. His white robe was stained with blood, and countless drops of blood burst under his skin. The strength of his aura was fluctuating. Obviously, he had been severely injured after swallowing Shi Wushuang. The small cauldron in his hand was gone. Although he had killed Shi Wushuang, he had paid a heavy price for it. The Kuan Peng True Cauldron, the treasure that had been with him for so long, had been completely destroyed by Shi Wushuang's backlash. After seeing Yi Ding, Shi Han's heart sank into an ice cellar. Shi Wushuang had died. She had died in Yi Ding's hands. The silver-haired girl's limbs were a bit cold. Her usual intelligence and calmness had completely turned into ice. Although Shi Wushuang's performance hadn't been very good, but the person she had loved for so long had suddenly died. This empty heartache caused her face to turn deathly pale. The silver-haired girl stared at Yi Ding for a long time without speaking. Yi Ding! She spat out these two words. After a while, she suddenly closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she opened them, and a trace of coldness appeared in the bottom of her heart. She knew that she couldn't kill Yi Ding now, but she would never give up. If the person she wanted to kill the most before was Qin Feng, then at this moment, Yi Ding had replaced Qin Feng's position. She would kill Yi Ding by hook or by crook. From afar, Qin Feng grabbed by Yin, and watched this scene. What a powerful Kuan Peng devouring heaven technique. It can even swallow something like the forbidden eye. This Yi Ding has indeed hidden a good trump card. If I were to encounter his Kuan Peng black hole, I'm afraid that only the 5 chaos tribulations combined can break his divine ability. Thief, let go of Miss Bai Yin. At this moment, a huge sword light rushed over. Before the person arrived, Xian Wuji's furious voice could be heard. What delicious snacks do we have in HN? Recently, our snack boxes have run out. Any brothers and sisters in HN can recommend one. Other places are fine too. The last place to receive the Great God's Glory rules is the starting point. You can receive it if you subscribe at the starting point. There are many privileges. Welcome to receive them. Chapter 568. The True Legacy of the Qinkuan Sect. The Qinkuan True Martial Technique. I heard that there are 4 levels to the Qinkuan True Martial Technique. The Qinkuan True Martial Technique is called the Qinkuan True Martial Technique. The Qinkuan True Martial Technique is called the Qinkuan True Martial Technique. This is the supreme Qi controlling mantra. As he spoke, he glanced at the surging aura within the sword light that was as vast as a torrent. However, you are currently impatient and impatient. Your Qi is unstable, and your mind is not focused. This supreme mantra of the Qinkuan school of energy falling into your hands is like casting pearls before swine. Xian Wuji's face turned red from anger. He was also a peerless expert on the martial Dao prodigy list. When had he ever been taught a lesson like this? However, Qin Feng's lesson was exactly the same as what those peerless experts in the sect had said. Anger erupted from the bottom of his heart. You're courting death. In his rage, he activated the sword light. A continuous and vast aura split into two, one yin and one yang. Yin energy froze the world. Yang qi burned the void. They transformed into the vast yin and yang qis of heaven and earth, crushing all things. Looks like you've already cultivated this true inheritance to at least the third level. Your aura is ever-changing, and you can control yin and yang at will. This is the symbol of the third level. However, yin and yang qi should not be used like this. Just like teaching his grandson a lesson, Qin Feng's celestial river true force surged out, and the torrent-like celestial river true force rushed towards the vast aura. Seeing this scene, Xian Wuji was not shocked but delighted. The true power cultivated by the true Qian Kuan true martial arts was the most inclusive and could transform the universe into its own. No matter how dense your true power was, when it encountered the true power of Qian Kuan cultivated by the true Qian Kuan true martial arts, not only would it not be shaken, it would instead be devoured and refined, turning into nourishment for the true power of Qian Kuan, increasing the power of Qian Kuan. But soon, Xian Wuji's expression changed. The majestic true power changed in the void and transformed into a yin and yang energy. Like a Tai Chi fish, it wrapped around the true power of heaven and earth and the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth. Like a shark that smelled blood, it swallowed them whole. With his true power being devoured, Xian Wuji's face turned pale. This was the most fundamental source of true power, and once it was devoured, it would be gone forever. On the contrary, after devouring this vast true power of heaven and earth, the innate yin and yang qi seemed to have derived a part of the true martial arts of heaven and earth, becoming even grander and more mysterious. The two energies of yin and yang chased each other and rotated, deriving the highest profundity of yin and yang. In just a single exchange, Xian Wuji had suffered a great loss. It's you. Bai Yin also recognized Qin Feng. Qin Feng had changed from Yin Ji's face to his own. Bai Yin's heart shook violently. Bai Yin was very familiar with Xian Wuji. This person was not a genius of heaven and earth sect. Since young, he used the purple sun god body of the demon god body. 7 purple sun divine bones. Along the way, Bai Yin had seen Xian Wuji's methods with her own eyes. It could be said that he was able to turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The names of the geniuses on the martial way prodigy list were not undeserved. His reputation could be said to be at its peak. On the other hand, although Qin Feng shone brightly in the all-star martial arts assembly, compared to the strength of the experts on the martial way prodigy list, he was greatly inferior. The distance between the two should be the distance between the heavens and the earth. Unexpectedly, when she saw him today, Bai Yin was shocked. Xian Wuji had suffered a great loss the moment he met Qin Feng. He was taught a lesson like a grandson. His usual confidence and composure were in tatters now. Innate yin and yang qi. The corner of Xian Wuji's mouth opened. He was shocked, and a trace of greed appeared uncontrollably. If he could obtain the innate yin and yang qi, his strength would increase by more than 10 times. You even have the heart of greed. I can't let you live today. Murderous intent burned in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. On the other side, Wang Daoyi, Ling Shuanghua, Tan Mingfeng, Yu Ji, Qian Kai, Yinge, Qixia, and the others were completely surrounded. They were led by 3 martial arts experts with strong momentum. One of them was very familiar to Qin Feng. It was the 3rd prince of the Endless Sea Dragon Palace, Missouri A.O. The other 2 were also extraordinary. Hearing the respect in their words, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with astonishment. These 2 were also peerless geniuses on the martial way prodigy list. The yellow-clothed, seemingly gentle young man was the king of the wilderness, Wang Lu. The other one was filled with cruel, bloody, and violent aura was the blood dragon, Aoli. At this time, the situation of the people of Xingqian School was not good. Only Wang Daoyi, Tan Mingfeng, Yu Ji, and Ling Shuanghua could fight. Yi Ding, Xia Qian Kai, Yingu, and the others were all injured. Not only could they not help, but they were also a burden. On the other side, Wang Lu, A.O. Li, and Moao were all peerless geniuses on the Martial Way prodigy list. There were also many C-race geniuses behind them. It could be said that they had an absolute advantage. Wang Lu's eyes swept over everyone and finally fell on Wang Daoyi. "You are very strong." The corner of Wang Daoyi's mouth moved slightly. "You're also not bad, King of the Wilderness Wang Lu. You should be cultivating the immemorial martial art, Earth Vein Divine Emperor Method, which refines Earth veins into a secret area. The more Earth veins you refine, the stronger you are. However, I advise you to turn back and be saved. No one can control the Earth. This is not the immemorial age. No one will let another Earth Emperor appear in this world." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Wang Lu didn't care that Wang Daoyi had exposed his secret. "This is not something you need to worry about," Wang Lu said lightly. "Hand over the sea god's relic. You people can't keep it." His eyes fell on Wang Lu. "You are very strong, but you can only fight one against two. Me, Moao, and A.O. Li. There are 3 Martial Way prodigies here. You can only resist 2 of them." With that, he glanced at Ling Shuanghua, Tan Mingfeng, Yu Ji, and the others. One person is enough to kill all of them. Yi Ding, Qi Xia, and the others' faces changed. Wang Lu was right. If they were at their peak, Yi Ding might be able to deal with one of the Martial Way prodigies. However, now that he was seriously injured, he might not be able to free himself. Ling Shuanghua and Tan Mingfeng's faces were gloomy. They were also Martial Way prodigies. Being looked down upon like this, they naturally felt uncomfortable. However, Wang Lu's words were not wrong. They were indeed still some distance away from those on the Martial Way prodigy list. This distance was very fatal. Wang Daoyi lowered his head and pondered. Wang Lu was right. Although he was the supreme of the 9 reincarnations, he had only awakened for a few months. Even if he had the ability to reach the sky, the strength he could exert was limited. If the 3 Martial Way prodigies were determined to hold him back, he wouldn't be able to free himself in a short time. They were afraid of breaking the vases. Do we really have to hand over the sea god's relic? Wang Daoyi had a headache. What if I join in? I just happen to want to experience the means of those on the Martial Way prodigy list. A faint voice came from afar. "It's him." Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads. The figure of a young man in black fell into their eyes. Seeing so many eyes looking at him, Qin Feng chuckled and glanced at the gloomy Xian Wuji on the side. It just so happens that there is another Martial Way prodigy list powerhouse here. Wang Daoyi, we each take 2. It's fair. Chapter 569. Qin Feng. Wang Daoyi looked in surprise at the young man in black who was walking over. A strange look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng gave him a strange feeling. Very dangerous. Even more dangerous than the 4 martial Dao prodigies. It's him. At the same time, the other people's eyes suddenly became very strange. Yi Ding's eyes were sharp, and a trace of killing intent was faintly visible. Qian Kai's face was gloomy. Yu Ji's beautiful eyes were strange, complicated, and angry. There was also a trace of indescribable emotion. This was the after effect of the great Yin reincarnation. Yi Ding said lightly, "Qin Feng, let me remind you, don't puff yourself up at your own cost. The prodigies on the martial Dao prodigy roll and the Sea Realm prodigy roll are not comparable to those second-rate prodigies from All-Stars College. As the saying goes, when there are no tigers in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. You've been a monkey for too long, don't really think that there are no prodigies in the world." In other words, there was a trace of mockery in his words. Someone who wants to stand out, Many Sea Clan prodigies sneered. Qin Feng didn't care about these people's mockery. He only cared about the sea god's relic. If it was for the sea god's relic, he couldn't be bothered to make a move. At this moment, an angry and cold voice was heard. "Let go." Qin Feng frowned. At this moment, he was grabbing Bai Yin Er's jade-like wrist with one hand. The beautiful face of the woman in white was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes were angry, embarrassed, and angry. Qin Feng snorted softly and let go of the beautiful woman's hand. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Be careful next time, or I may not be able to save you in time. Yin Er's cold voice was heard. None of your business. You stupid girl who doesn't know what's good for you. If I don't care about you, who will? Qin Feng pursed his lips. You're my woman. Who's the stupid girl? Who's your woman? Yin gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice. Her tone was cold, but for some reason, the coldness in her beautiful eyes eased a little. I'm warning you, don't mix with Yi Ding and Xian Wuji. These two guys are famous harem kings. They have countless female friends and are born with special luck in love affairs. He spoke telepathically, ignoring Yin Er's changing expression. Qin Feng came to the center of the field. When Qin Feng appeared, Wang Lu's brows tightly wrinkled. Sir, do you really want to get involved in this mess? Mo, who knew Wang Lu very well, was able to hear Wang Lu's cautiousness. Brother Wang, what's wrong? You seem to be very afraid of this fellow who suddenly appeared, Wang Lu said through voice transmission. Third Prince, we're in big trouble this time. Mo's face slightly changed as he glanced at the young man in black. Is he really that powerful? But I've never heard of such a person on the prodigy roll. Wang Lu said. Very dangerous. You guys be careful. Yi Ding and Xian Kai were quick-witted people. Naturally, they saw that Wang Lu and Mo were afraid of Qin Feng. The two looked at each other in amazement. It had to be known that Savage King Wang Lu, Blood Dragon Ao Li, and Thunder Crown Prince Mo were not ordinary prodigies. The three of them were very famous. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to some of the martial arts giants who had been cultivating for hundreds of years. It was hard to imagine that the three of them were so afraid of the fledgling Qin Feng, as if they were facing a great enemy. Could it be that this guy has really made such great progress? Staring at Qin Feng, the two of them instinctively believed him. With a glance, they saw the expressions of Wang Lu and the others. Qin Feng took a deep look at Wang Lu. Obviously, one of the three of them was proficient in observation. They could see through reality. Guys, it's not that I, Qin Feng, want to get involved in this mess, but my Xingqian school is determined to get the Sea God's relic. Qin Feng stealthily changed the concept here. You guys might as well give me some face and take the initiative to retreat. In the future, I, Qin Feng, will reward you greatly. Hearing this, Xian Wuji sneered. You, Qin Feng, what's Qin Feng's face? How dare you compare the Sea God's relic with the Sea God's palace? With a murderous look in his eyes, he turned his head and glanced at Wang Lu, Crown Prince Mo and Ao Li. Everyone, let's fight together. I don't believe that Wang Daoyi and Qin Feng can fight two people at once. You're right. What are you talking about? Just a few Xingqian school disciples dare to bargain with us? Do you really think you're some kind of peerless character? Just watch us peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, suck your blood, and break your marrow. Aoli laughed strangely. For a moment, a violent and ferocious aura erupted. The invisible murderous aura was so substantial that a layer of black frost appeared around them. As a rare variant blood dragon, he was naturally bloodthirsty. If it weren't for the fear in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. At this time, he could no longer hold back the murderous aura in his heart. His eyes ferociously and greedily glanced at Wang Daoyi and Qin Feng. Then his eyes fell on Qin Feng. Leave this delicate and pretty boy to me. Look at his well-proportioned bones and strong life force. When he wakes up, his flesh will definitely be delicious. Qin Feng nodded and said to Wang Daoyi, All right, leave this beast and that playboy to me. Wang Daoyi, you deal with Mo and the Savage King. Speaking of which, I've eaten so many savage beasts, but I've never eaten the flesh of a blood dragon. This blood dragon meat is extremely rare. Tit for tat, tit for tat. The bloody light in Ao Li's eyes was extremely dense. The intense, murderous aura rose to the extreme, forming a large bloody light. On the side, the murderous aura in Xian Wuji's eyes was condensed to the extreme. Shameless boasting. He glanced at Ao Li and said sternly, "Brother Ao, let's make a bet. Let's see who can kill this little brat Qin Feng first." Ao Li's bloody eyes glanced at Xian Wuji and laughed strangely. "All right, Xian Wuji. Whoever kills him will have his treasures, cultivation methods, and everything else." "Sure," Xian Wuji sneered. An unusually strong sword appeared in the palm of his hand. That was a pseudo-artifact. Many oceanic species experts shuddered. Xian Wuji was a peerless genius on the martial arts prodigy role. Now that he had the help of pseudo-artifact, how powerful would he be? Yi Ding, Qian Kai, Yin Gu, and the others' expressions changed. Although they hated Qin Feng, if Qin Feng died, they wouldn't have a good time. Bai Yin Er's face darkened. Her beautiful eyes fell on Qin Feng as she pondered. Thinking about Qin Feng's actions just now, she didn't know why. She moved her palm. An ice-blue longsword appeared. A cold light flashed. The cold light caused ice and frost to appear in a radius of 100 feet. Many experts' expressions changed. They instantly fell on Bai Yin, a pseudo-artifact, an ice attribute pseudo-artifact. Everyone's gaze was unbearably hot. Xian Wuji frowned. The next moment, his face turned liver red. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at her in surprise. Bai Yin picked up the long sword with a cold face. "Take it. Don't die." Qin Feng's gaze fell on the long sword. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "You care about me? Who cares about you? It's just that you saved my life. I, Bai Yin am fair. I'll lend you my sword. A sword for a life." Bai Yin turned and left. Chapter 570. Bai Yin had actually lent her sword to Qin Feng. Xian Wuji's expression was extremely ugly, and his face was filled with disbelief. There was also a raging fire burning in his heart. One had to know that he had pursued Bai Yin for many years. There was no way that Bai Yin didn't know what he was thinking. He had always been well-mannered. Now, she had actually lent her sword to his enemy. Bai Yin took in Xian Wuji's expression. Even if Qin Feng didn't say anything, she wouldn't be with Xian Wuji. Just as Qin Feng had said, Xian Wuji's luck with women was too great, and his harem was huge. No matter how outstanding Xian Wuji was, she wouldn't take a liking to him. Xian Wuji didn't dare to vent his anger on Bai Yin but he directed all his killing intent at Qin Feng. Kill! Vast amounts of energy flowed around his body. He formed a hand seal, and the energy around him transformed into 8 earth-shattering powers. Earth, water, wind, fire, ice, thunder, wood. The violent power poured down on Qin Feng. He was extremely angry at this moment, and he attacked with his full power. At the same time, Ao Li also charged over. He was like a bloody ray of light that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The two powers erupted at the same time, and it was extremely terrifying. Many of the sea race prodigies looked askance at them. I can't gain the upper hand in a 1-on-2 fight. I have to defeat them one by one. His body swept across like a breeze, and he dodged the 2 attacks. Boom! 2 muffled, thunderous booms came from the same spot. Qin Feng scanned the area with his divine consciousness, and a huge crater appeared where he stood. Qin Feng glanced at Xian Wuji and Ao Li. Instinctively, Qin Feng wanted to deal with Xian Wuji first. However, his intuition told him that Ao Li was more restrained and easier to deal with. At this moment, the sea of blood in the blood dragon's palm changed. Following a few shocking dragon roars, 6 violent blood dragons shot up into the sky from his body. Blood down mystique. Qian Kai's face revealed a trace of surprise. The aura of the 6 blood rivers, in terms of pure lethality, was not inferior to his Medicine King Blood River. Such a great ability of the Blood Dao is completely harmless to me. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. His divine will changed, and a fireball made of pure flames appeared above his palm. More than 10 types of top-notch spiritual fire appeared in his palm and quickly merged with each other. Primordial azure fire, azure lawn true fire, grand sun true fire, crimson lotus true fire. All kinds of flames transformed into a huge fireball under the power of the primal chaos flame tribulation. Qin Feng's 10 fingers intertwined, changing rapidly as Qin Feng shouted. Split. Under the immense power of his true soul, the giant fireball grew from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 9. Trembling, controlling 9 of these terrifying fireballs at the same time. Even with Qin Feng's true soul realm divine sense, he still found it very difficult. The 9 fireballs fluctuated, and the raging power seemed to be about to explode at any moment. Many oceanic race prodigies were shocked. Roar! At this moment, 6 blood dragons flew out from A.O. Li's body and rushed toward Qin Feng. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as he formed a seal with his 10 fingers. Wong wong wong. The void shook. Go! With a shout, the 9 fireballs flew toward A.O. Li like comets. Xiao xiao xiao. The crimson light completely suppressed the 6 blood dragons. 9 rivers of blood instantly evaporated, and at the same time, the 9 fireballs fell around A.O. Li. Boom! Like 9 huge suns, they exploded. There was no time to look at the result. At this time, 8 extremely large origin chi light pillars had already left Xian Wuji's hands and locked onto Qin Feng. The huge origin chi fluctuation caused the void to distort and shatter. There was nowhere to hide. Hearing the commotion, Wang Daoi, who was blocking Mo, Ao, and Wang Lu, sighed. Is this the heaven and earth sex, heaven and earth true martial art? Using the strength of an ant to move the world's origin chi. Using the strength of an individual to control the universe and control the vast energy. Mo sneered. Wang Daoi, since you know, you should surrender. Xian Wuji's attack has exceeded the limit of a martial overlord. Your ally is dead for sure. Wang Daoi chuckled. Mo, Xian Wuji, the 4 stages limitless carefree is indeed powerful. He has control over 10 times his own origin chi. But you've underestimated Qin Feng. As he chuckled, a huge black and white world appeared around him. 6 terrifying vortexes appeared in the black and white world. The moment the 6 vortexes appeared, Mo, Ao, and Wang Lu's expressions changed greatly. This was the reincarnation Dao law that Wang Daoi had comprehended during his 9 reincarnations. This was a Tao law that had exceeded the scope of the origin of all profound meaning. It was an ability that only martial saints could master. Qin Feng's expression did not change. The star river true force in his body was like an incomparably huge star river, instantly rushing out. The galaxy true force changed, and 1 black and 1 white innate yin and yang chi chased each other like black and white fish. 1 yin and 1 yang, deducing the mysteries of heaven and earth, forming a huge divine diagram. 8 mighty forces slammed into the yin-yang divine diagram, causing it to shake violently. A huge backlash came from the diagram and rushed towards Qin Feng's true soul. It was like a roaring tide. If it was an ordinary soul true body, he might not have been able to control the yin-yang divine diagram and would have been killed. His true soul seemed to have turned into a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, refining, devouring, and transforming the energy wave after wave. At the same time, the yin-yang divine diagram seemed to have split the heaven and earth apart. Under the 8 forces, yin and yang collapsed, turning into earth, water, wind, and fire. The earth, water, wind, and fire contained the 8 forces, tearing them apart and bursting out for the diagram. Qin Feng was very calm. His understanding of the profound of yin and yang was not inferior to his understanding of the profound of water. Moreover, he was proficient in the Tao of creation in his previous life. He took the opportunity to simulate the heaven-splitting divine lightning with the various forces in the yin-yang divine diagram. With a loud bang, a huge world was born from the earth, water, wind, and fire. Under the attraction of the world, all kinds of forces rushed into the world like swallows flying into a nest, transforming into the elements of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth evolution. Look at this. On the other side, Yi Ding, Qian Kai, Qi Xia, and the others who were protecting themselves were shocked. Heaven and earth evolution was an ability that only a very small number of martial overlords possessed. Qi Xia also tried to take this step during her blind date, but unfortunately, her plan was ruined by Panther Girl. Qin Feng had completed this step with ease. Damn it! Xian Wuji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Not only did his all-out attack fail to kill Qin Feng, but it also allowed Qin Feng to take another step forward. This made him burn with jealousy and his killing intense sword. Roar! At this time, a boundless and ferocious dragon's roar that shook the sky came from the void in the distance. A ferocious blood shadow roared and rushed toward Qin Feng. After being hit by the 9 fireballs formed by the Chaos Fire Tribulation, Ao Li's clothes were tattered and he looked terrible. Blood sea overflowing sky, 9 serenity's blood. In a fit of rage, he directly used the spiritual grand theurgy that was born when he became a martial overlord. In the sky, a terrifying sea of blood ran through heaven and earth. It was unknown how many miles long it was, but it suddenly enveloped a radius of several hundred feet. Under the terrifying power, the sky seemed to be dyed red with blood. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying pressure of death appeared in his heart. There's more at around 8 o'clock. Chapter 571. It's an immortal spirit theurgy. The expressions of the disciples of Xingqian school changed drastically. This was a terrifying theurgy that was above ordinary martial Dao great theurgies. Among the many martial Dao giants, only a few top existences could master this level of theurgy. I have an immortal spirit theurgy too. Although Qin Feng was shocked, his expression did not change. When he condensed the Blackwater mystical snake body, the Blackwater mystical snake bloodline awakened, and he also mastered a water-type immortal spirit theurgy. With a thought, thousands of water lights gathered on his palm, and a pitch-black floating water ball spun rapidly. This is the Futu weak water of the 36 types of acquired primordial waters. An expert exclaimed. Weak water was known as the weakest and most poisonous primordial waters in the world. When Qin Feng condensed the Blackwater mystical snake body, his first Yuan Blackwater became the Futu weak water. Goose feather can't float. 3,000 weak waters. Qin Feng's palm flickered as he blasted out a palm strike. The water ball blasted out like a cannonball, meeting the monstrous blood sea in the sky. A pitch-black light burst out from the water ball, and in an instant the boundless water light was like a dazzling sun, bursting out thousands of rays of black light. Boom! The pitch-black water ball was like a boundless whirlpool, erupting with an unprecedented suction force. Gulp! Gulp! Under the astonished gazes of many experts, the boundless sea of blood disappeared with a loud rumble in just a dozen breaths. On the contrary, it seemed to have swallowed the boundless blood, and the pitch-black weak water-deep ball turned blood-red. How could this be? Some experts were shocked. A Sea Clan expert who understood the weak water said, "This weak water is the lightest thing in the world, so it has the ability to swallow and precipitate all tangible things. Because of this characteristic, the Futu weak water can be said to be the nemesis of all intangible things, including souls, true souls, yin spirits, and yang spirits." That expert sighed softly. This terrifying blood Tao, great divine ability, has met its nemesis in the face of the weak water. Seeing his immortal spirit theurgy being broken, Ao Li's fierce face showed a trace of fear. At the same time, a deep sense of uneasiness appeared in the bottom of his heart. He was also a decisive person. With a flash of his body, he turned into a streak of bloody light and flew into the distant sky. Trying to run? It's too late. How could Qin Feng let him escape? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That weak water deep ball swallowed and spat out the boundless sea of blood, violently surging. Qin Feng alone, the blood-colored water ball, caught up with Ao Li like an extremely resplendent meteor. Ao Li's expression changed when he saw the blood ball coming at him. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth and slammed his palm against his chest. Pucci. The sky was filled with blood. After spitting out the mouthful of blood, Ao Li's aura suddenly soared. At the same time, he turned into a beam of bloody light and shot into the sky. True body disintegration, blood escape. He had used 2 forbidden self-mutilation techniques in one go. Boom! The blood ball instantly exploded like a long river. Monstrous waves instantly caught up with Ao Li's lower body. With a painful cry, Ao Li's lower body was hit by the weak water deep ball. In an instant, Ao Li's lower body rotted and turned into black water. Ao Li's expression was ruthless. In his fear, he made up his mind and cut off his lower body. His upper body turned into a streak of bloody light, and his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he had flown thousands of feet away. He had completely escaped the range of the water light. The red light flashed a few times, and he had completely escaped. So decisive, Qin Feng secretly felt that it was a pity. If Ao Li had hesitated for even a moment, he was confident that he would have been able to kill this blood dragon. However, at least one threat was removed. Squeeze down, it's your turn. Without Ao Li providing support from the side, Qin Feng's hands and feet were finally completely freed up. He could fully focus on dealing with Xian Wuji. Looking over, Xian Wuji's expression was extremely gloomy. Qin Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. Xian Wuji's expression was serious, but strangely, he did not look panicked. However, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's not enough. Ao Li's also a piece of trash. I originally wanted to rely on him to exhaust some of your combat strength. But now it seems that a piece of trash is just a piece of trash. He shook his head with a look of regret. His expression was calm. Qin Feng could not see any trace of arrogance or vanity from before. The impatience, lust, and vanity that he had shown earlier were all a disguise. The most shocking thing was his tone. The famous blood dragon Ao Li on the Sea Realm Prodigy list was a piece of trash in his eyes. Qin Feng's heart sank slightly as he said coldly, "It seems that you are very confident in yourself." Of course, although Ao Li is a prodigy on the Sea Realm Prodigy list, his ranking is extremely low. He is almost at the bottom. I don't want to be like him, Xian Wuji said slowly as he tidied up his clothes. But I'm different. With a flash of his silhouette, he appeared before Qin Feng at the next instant. His speed was so fast to the extreme. The next moment, one of his hands appeared on Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Qin Feng only had time to mobilize the Star River True Force to protect his chest. The next moment, his body was sent flying like a cannonball. This attack left everyone dumbstruck. The Qin Feng who suppressed Ao Li with ease earlier was actually blasted flying by a palm without the slightest strength to resist. Bang! Qin Feng's feet landed on the ground. His body flew for hundreds of feet before he could stop. Wherever he went, he left a mark that was several feet deep. Puff! Suddenly, Qin Feng spat out bits of his blood-colored internal organs. At the same time, what was frightening was that his chest was collapsing inch by inch, and a large hole as thick as a bowl appeared. It was extremely shocking. From this big hole, one could clearly see the ancient tomb behind Qin Feng. Junior brother Qin Feng, Yu Ji and Qi Xia covered their mouths. They could not bear to see such a miserable scene. Bai Yin clenched her fists. I'm fine. Qin Feng's face was cold. He looked up at Xian Wuji, who was hundreds of feet away. Origin of wind. Yes, this is the ultimate power of wind. Before I entered the Nirvana realm, I had comprehended 12 kinds of wind profound, including 6 wind profound related to speed. How is it? It feels good, right? Xian Wuji smiled faintly. Qin Feng's face was cold. He activated the 8 desolation indestructible body. The big hole in his chest closed in an instant. His face turned from pale to rosy. Oh, it seems that you have also cultivated a body refining technique. You recovered so quickly from such a serious injury. I have underestimated you. Xian Wuji was surprised. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. But this is just the beginning. Next attack, fire destroys the world. The mighty fire burst out. The next moment, it appeared in front of Qin Feng like lightning. The scorching heat turned wood into ashes, earth into lava, gold into liquid, and water into steam. It almost vaporized him completely. Boom! But the next moment, Xian Wuji's face changed. He grabbed Xian Wuji's fist with a handful of fire. Qin Feng's eyes glowed red. Oh, I forgot that you're best at controlling fire and water. Then let's change it. Ghost and God frighten. Xian Wuji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Piercing the heavens, a yellow light shot out from his palm, freezing the void. In an instant, an irresistible force descended. Boom! Qin Feng felt like he was carrying thousands of mountains on his shoulders. His feet sank into his waist. All the pores on Qin Feng's body felt like they were being squeezed by buckets. His whole body felt like it was going to turn into minced meat. Chapter 572. 3 Essences: Wind, Fire, and Earth. Is Xian Wuji not afraid of biting off more than he can chew? His heart trembled. Xian Wuji was truly a genius. To have comprehended 3 essences, that was terrifying. His body also lit up with a yellow glow, and a huge mountain blocked in front of him. This mountain emitted a power that was as heavy as a mountain, and it offset the terrifying weight on Qin Feng's body. Half mystique, half true weapon. Xian Wuji looked at the huge mountain formed by the yellow glow in front of Qin Feng in surprise. This mountain seemed to be real. It breathed in the earth elemental qi, giving him a terrifying feeling of endless power. This mystique is mysterious, but still can't save your life. He was high and mighty, like a god looking at an ant. It was bright and carried with it a trace of rich vitality. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng saw that the mountain was covered with green vines. These terrifying vines easily pierced through the earth's sacred mountain. At the same time, they were constantly absorbing the earth elemental qi, growing rapidly. The vines became thicker, and they pierced through the core of the mountain. This is the 4th essence, the wood essence. Very good. No wonder he's so arrogant. A trace of coldness appeared in his heart. Qin Feng's mouth twitched, and with a thought, a huge flame was born on the earth's sacred mountain. Boom! The rolling spiritual fire turned into flames that filled the sky, and the countless green vines formed by the wood essence were burned to ashes. Xian Wuji's face darkened. His palms changed, and countless water lights poured out from his body, like a heavenly river, and rushed into the flames. There was no lack of powerful acquired primordial water in this water light. Within the endless blue light on his body, Qin Feng saw a surging water world. This guy has also comprehended the water essence. That's the 5th essence. Xian Wuji was indeed terrifying. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary martial arts overlord to comprehend one origin, but he had actually comprehended 5 origins. 5 essences, which meant that he had opened up more than 5 inner worlds in his body. Moreover, Qin Feng suspected that he had comprehended more than 5 types of origin powers. As he raised his hand, a tremendous amount of energy gushed out, causing the void to crack and the firmament to shatter. A massive water-type divine ability surged over, and it was no weaker than Qin Feng's water-type true spirit divine ability. Many prodigies of the Sea Tribe had no time to deal with the disciples of the Xingqian school. They flew for several miles before stopping. They watched the battle between Qin Feng and Xian Wuji with lingering fear. The aftermath of their battle was enough to easily destroy a sea of reincarnation realm martial artists. Even if a martial overlord came in contact with it, they would also be severely injured. At that moment, Most of the experts in the cemetery stopped what they were doing. There were only 2 battlefields left in the mausoleum. One of them was between Qin Feng and Xian Wuji, while the other was between Wang Daoyi and Wang Lu and Moao. He's actually this tyrannical. Qian Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He had thought that he would be able to catch up to Qin Feng after cultivating for a few months in Star-Lord's divine pagoda. But now, it seemed like he was still being suppressed by Qin Feng. Yiding couldn't understand. He could see that Qin Feng hadn't truly broken through to the Nirvana realm. It was unbelievable that a peak CE of reincarnation realm martial artist like Xian Wuji would be able to defeat him. Boom! At that moment, lightning surged around Xian Wuji's body. Another world filled with lightning appeared around him. This was already the 8th secret realm. Earth, water, wind, fire, ice, lightning, wood, and light. 8 worlds. 8 extremely powerful forces flowed around Xian Wuji's body. The true qi flowing around him had already reached the boundary of a supreme martial artist. An extremely terrifying pressure appeared in his heart. Qin Feng's face changed. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Xian Wuji smiled. He was cultivating the strongest technique of the Heaven and Earth sect, the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation Catalog. Not all direct disciples could cultivate the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation Catalog. Only those with special physiques and exceptional comprehension were qualified to cultivate it. Generally speaking, a direct disciple could cultivate 2 inner worlds, forming the ice and fire world or yin and yang world. They were more outstanding and could cultivate 3 inner worlds. Those who were able to condense the 4 divisions heaven and earth were only the top few absolute geniuses. And he was Xian Wuji. Like the founder of the Heaven and Earth sect, he had cultivated 8 inner worlds, forming the true 8 desolation worlds. If he could truly combine the 8 desolation worlds into one, it would be the most perfect world in the world. It would have an unparalleled foundation. Of course, this 8 desolation world wasn't cultivated by him alone. Many of them were inherited from the experts of the sect. However, to be able to control and balance 8 inner worlds with one strength, there wasn't a single expert of the same generation in the sect who had the potential to do so. Rubbing his palms, a surging sword light appeared on his sword. Xian Wuji raised his head and laughed coldly. Qin Feng, this attack will be your death date. Dying under the Heaven and Earth sect's supreme Pangu Heaven opening sword technique isn't an insult to you. A surge of boundless power fluctuated from his body. Under that magnificent light, even Wang Lu and Moao, the 2 powerhouses on the martial arts prodigy list, had a terrifying feeling that they were going to be crushed into powder. Qin Feng is dead for sure. In the distance, many sea-race prodigies shook their heads regretfully. The people of Xingqian School fell silent. Even Yi Ding, Yin Gu, and Qian Kai's faces were heavy. Putting themselves in Xian Wuji's shoes and facing such a terrifying enemy, Wang Daoyi frowned. Suppressing Wang Lu and Moao, he estimated that even if he was in a different place, he might not be able to take full advantage of this attack. The power of the 8 desolation worlds was too strong. Pangu Heaven opening sword technique, 8 desolation original spirit break. A light shout, buzz, a crisp sword sound that shattered the chaos. A pure sword light formed above Xian Wuji's palm. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a turn of the sword light, a sword light that could tear the universe apart swept out. Yuji and Qi Xia couldn't help but close their eyes. Such a terrifying attack. Even a true spirit's great magical ability couldn't withstand it. Yi Ding and Qian Kai revealed a look of pity. In the dark, several mysterious existences whose auras were not inferior to Wang Lu and Moao's were watching this scene with indifferent eyes. It seems like Xingqian School is about to lose a marquee prodigy. This time, Xingqian School really went for wool, but failed miserably. One of them sighed softly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. However, in the next moment, the expressions of all the experts present changed. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng on the opposite side revealed a strange smile. His figure was like an aurora. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The vast sword light touched the tip of Xian Wuji's sword light at the moment when it was about to be released. He actually chose to take this attack head-on. He faced the power of the 8 desolation worlds head-on. Pucci. In the midst of the horrifying expressions, it was visible to the naked eye that, with this sword strike, the surging sword light in Xian Wuji's hand was like a spider web, with tiny cracks appearing on it. A trace of panic appeared on Xian Wuji's face. The huge qi in his body seemed to have lost its balance and suddenly became chaotic. There was a kind of terrifying fluctuation that was about to explode. Chapter 573. In the void, flames roared, waves rolled, mountains collapsed, icy winds howled, and thunder rumbled. It was a horrifying scene of destruction that gathered at the tip of Xian Wuji's sword. When the sword pierced out, the sky cracked and an endless destructive scene was created. At this moment, Qin Feng flew out and stabbed out with his sword. Like a white light, it struck the tip of Xian Wuji's sword. Pucci. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, Qin Feng's body flew back dozens of feet. The violent destructive force passed through the sword light and entered his body. Pucci. In midair, blood spurted out, and he looked like a bloody man. It was too horrible to look at. Qin Feng landed on the ground and raised his head. However, there was a trace of a cold smile on his face. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, fine cracks appeared on Xian Wuji's surging sword light for some reason, like a spider web, following his sword strike. A look of panic appeared on Xian Wuji's face. The powerful aura in his body seemed to have lost its balance and suddenly became chaotic. It was as if he was about to explode. What's going on? Many experts exclaimed. Yi Ding, Yin Gu, and Qian Kai stared at Qin Feng. Their faces were full of fear. A mysterious expert with a strong aura had a serious look on his face. He answered the questions of many experts. Xian Wuji has gathered too much power. Although the Qinquan 8 Desolation Catalog of the Qinquan sect is known to be the strongest and the second most mysterious, this cultivation technique has a very obvious weakness. Although it can gather many heavens and earth to form a more powerful heaven and earth, you have to know that every secret realm of heaven and earth has its own power. If it is not cultivated by oneself, it is very difficult to merge. Although Xian Wuji has cultivated 8 secret realms of heaven and earth, it is very difficult for him to control them. Just now, Qin Feng took advantage of this weakness and caused the 8 powers in his body to lose their balance. Now look at Xian Wuji's conflicting aura. It is chaotic, and he is about to explode. Hearing this, an expert laughed. In that case, the Qinquan 8 Desolation Catalog of the Qinquan sect is only good for nothing. It is easy to break. The short warrior shook his head with a sullen face. You're wrong. This Qinquan 8 Desolation Catalog is known as the #1 legacy art of the Qinquan sect. How could it be an undeserved reputation? If that was the case, the Qinquan sect would have been destroyed long ago. How could it still be one of the 72 sects and the 10 upper sects? This can only mean one thing. On the other side, there was another handsome young man with a saber on his back and a gaze as sharp as a blade. That is indeed the case. Do you think that anyone can catch that tiny flaw? Even if they catch it, they may not be able to accurately find that fleeting opportunity. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng, who was kneeling on one knee and leaning on his sword. It's not that Qinquan sect is too weak, but that Qin Feng is too strong. Qin Feng was known as the ancestor of inner demons, as he cultivated the premier Demon Heart Sutra. He was good at finding flaws. It could be said that inner demons could enter even the tiniest gap. Xian Wuji's Qinquan 8 Desolation Catalog was extremely powerful. It had condensed 8 origins and used the 8 inner worlds as a foundation to build the 8 desolation origins and condense the 8 desolation heavens and earth. It could be said that its power was surging and even surpassed the power of some martial way experts. In the beginning, Qin Feng had been shocked by the power of Xian Wuji's 8 desolation heavens and earth. However, Qin Feng soon discovered a flaw in Xian Wuji's technique. The 8 desolation heavens and earth were condensed from 8 mystic realms as a foundation. Although it was powerful, it required a lot of energy to balance it. Xian Wuji did not have the ability to completely balance it and control the flow of 8 different powers. Furthermore, according to Qin Feng's probing, only a few of the 8 mystic realms had been created by Xian Wuji himself. The rest of the mystic realms have been inherited from other elites. Inherited from others would not be as perfect as the mystic realms that one had created. Naturally, it would be even more difficult to balance these 8 powers. This was a huge flaw. Qin Feng's sword was not meant to injure Xian Wuji. Instead, it was meant to send energy into Xian Wuji's body to strengthen one of the 8 powers. This imbalance of the 8 powers. In an instant, Xian Wuji was about to swallow the bitter fruit of this shortcut. Kacha-kacha. The aura in the sky went berserk as countless bolts of lightning rolled around Xian Wuji's body. Xian Wuji could no longer suppress the aura in his body. Veins popped on his forehead, and his expression was ferocious. He forced himself to form a seal. A black and white dermic ring appeared on his body. This black and white dermic ring exuded a majestic aura that encompassed all things in the universe. The light it emitted enveloped Xian Wuji, causing the rampaging aura in his body to gradually calm down. It's the Heaven and Earth dermic ring, and it's a true weapon Heaven and Earth dermic ring. An elite exclaimed. Many elites sighed inwardly. What a pity. With this item, Qin Feng will not be able to escape this calamity. The Heaven and Earth dermic ring. This was the secret weapon that every Heaven and Earth sect disciple who cultivated the Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation catalog would obtain. The Heaven and Earth dermic rings that ordinary Heaven and Earth sect disciples cultivated were spiritual weapons. The strongest among them were only false true weapons. However, Xian Wuji had a true weapon Heaven and Earth dermic ring on him. His hair was disheveled, and his handsome face was filled with ferociousness. Controlling the Heaven and Earth dermic ring, he stared coldly at the blood-covered youth in black robes. Qin Feng, do you really think that you could defeat me? A toad lusting after a swan's meat. Lowly commoners like you are destined to be trampled under my feet. With that, he controlled the Heaven and Earth dermic ring to calm the rampaging energy in his body. Waves of energy fused together, and his body climbed steadily. In just a moment, he had surpassed his peak state. With a gloomy face, he laughed coldly. I admit that you are indeed a little clever to be able to detect my weak spot. However, I, Xian Wuji, am a god's favored one. I have great fortune, great fortune, great fortune, great fortune, great fortune, great misfortune, 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 great fortune, great fortune, great fortune, great misfortune, great fortune, great misfortune, great fortune, great fortune, great misfortune, 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 great fortune, great fortune, great misfortune, 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 great fortune, great fortune, great misfortune, 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 great fortune. His eyes flashed coldly. As for you, you are just a clown. Later, I will completely suppress you and make you die without a burial ground. Standing on the spot, Qin Feng stood up and sneered coldly. Is that so? Do you think that I am an idiot to stand here and listen to your nagging and let you stall for time to calm down your true power? Xian Wuji's face darkened, and in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. A hand silently appeared in the void and landed on his back. Sacred power, great Yin reincarnation. A surge of silvery white starlight erupted from Qin Feng's body and surged into Xian Wuji's body like a tide. In an instant, he and Qin Feng were enveloped in a beam of moonlight that shot into the sky. Endless starlight bloomed. In the blink of an eye, Xian Wuji found that his soul had arrived in a strange, silver-white, illusory realm. This is the great sacred power of the soul. Xian Wuji's expression did not change. His face revealed a trace of confidence. Since young, his soul power had been extremely strong. In a battle of souls, he was confident that he would not lose to any powerhouse of the same level. However, this confidence only lasted for a few breaths. A huge giant appeared in front of him. In front of this giant, his soul was like an ant on the ground. Some people can't wait and think that it is too slow. So they play the first update first, then play the third and fourth updates together at around 7 p.m. Chapter 574. The vast starlight turned into pure, white moonlight that shone down on the graveyard. It was pure and holy. Yuji raised her head and looked at this scene in a daze. Qin Feng's extreme Yin reincarnation was learned from her. How could she not recognize this skill? However, this skill's power in Qin Feng's hands was beyond her imagination. With just a slight comprehension, she could not help but be intoxicated by the extreme Yin reincarnation's profound meaning. Profound meaning of reincarnation. Wang Daoyi sensed something and looked at Qin Feng. He used his divine sense to investigate and seemed to have understood something. Boom! A huge ice cube fell to the ground, as if it had landed on the hearts of the martial artists. Many martial artists' faces trembled. Without a doubt, this battle ended with Qin Feng's victory. Universe Sec's crown prince, Xian Wuji, had fallen. He defeated A.O. Li on the Ocean Boundary Prodigy list by himself. He killed Xian Wuji, who was ranked in the top 30 on the Prodigy list. This result was shocking. Yi Ding, Qian Kai, and Yin Ji's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Qin Feng's strength was shocking and envious. Yi Ding gritted his teeth. He did not dare to say that he could kill Xian Wuji even if he was in his best condition. However, Qin Feng did it. Qian Kai was even more furious. He had suffered so much in order to obtain his cultivation today. However, he was still suppressed by Qin Feng. This made his heart burn with anger. Yin Ji's heart was filled with fear and jealousy. Last time, he was beaten up by Qin Feng and his will had sunk. It was not easy for him to walk out of the shadow. However, he felt like he was about to sink again. Xingqian School's Marquis Qin Feng. Many martial artists remembered this name. However, not everyone was intimidated. There were still quite a few experts who were sizing up Qin Feng. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one will be injured. Xian Wuji and A.O. Li were not ordinary people. No matter how one looked at it, Qin Feng killing Xian Wuji would not be too easy. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. At this time, Qin Feng's body was aching all over. 8 waves of tyrannical qi were rolling inside his body, destroying his flesh, meridians, and nibbling away at his vitality. Qin Feng had paid a price for breaking through Xian Wuji's Qinkuan 8 Desolate's power. This was the price he had to pay for fighting someone stronger than him. Earth, water, wind, fire, ice, thunder, woodlight. If not for the quality of the Star River true power, Qin Feng's body would have been torn to shreds by these 8 forces, let alone sneak attacking Xian Wuji. Even so, Qin Feng's body was like a sieve, a lump of rotten meat. If it was any other martial overlord, they would have long lost the ability to fight. Inside the dried-up meridians, strands of Star River true power were continuously being refined, melting the 8 extremely pure types of true power. Faint silver light seeped out of his meridians, making him look like a star lord amidst billions of stars. In the depths of his soul, there was a powerful aura. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Although he was severely injured, with the tyrannical power of the galaxy and the terrifying physique of the 8 desolation indestructible body, Qin Feng was not afraid of the attacks of any martial arts genius. In the dark, the eyes of 2 extremely powerful overlords flickered. Their aura was not weaker than that of Ao Li, and one of them was even more powerful. Both of them were dressed in strange clothes and looked like disciples of a large sect. Suddenly, one of the overlords said, "Bluffing." The other person shook his head. "He is indeed severely injured. That much is certain. However, he has cultivated a special body-tempering art. His physique is close to the immortal realm, and his foundation is not damaged. We can't do anything to him." "Is that so?" The handsome young man who spoke was unwilling to admit defeat. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, most of the overlords of Xingqian School were injured. Once they got through this, they would not have another chance. Moreover, if they succeeded this time and killed the Marquis of Xingqian School, they might be recognized by some powerful figures in the sect. Qin Xie glanced at the young man who spoke and smiled evilly. "Cheng Wuxue, you could try. Who knows, you might be able to kill Qin Feng in one fell swoop and take away his providence to reach the peak." Cheng Wushue's handsome face was indifferent. "Qin Xie, don't try to provoke me. I will judge the situation myself. The extreme evil path is always in chaos. I heard that you ruined Xiao Jingchan's plan and took his sword embryo of heaven and earth. You have to be careful. He will not let you go." Cheng Wuxue said with envy. The sword embryo of heaven and earth was a sword embryo of heaven and earth. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, soaked in the mysteries of the sun and moon, and was forged by thunder and fire. The earth was the furnace, and the underworld was the quenching fire. This sword embryo was an inborn true weapon. If nurtured carefully, it could grow along with the growth of one's cultivation. Speaking of Xiao Jingchan, Qin Xie's face darkened. Xiao Jingchan was one of the 6 most famous sword sons of the Boundless Sword sect. He was ranked in the top 30 on the martial arts prodigy list. The Boundless Sword sect was also one of the top 10 upper sects. Moreover, it was the upper sect of the sword sect, which was the most terrifying. Because the sword embryo of heaven and earth was taken away, the Boundless Sword master hated Qin Xie to the core. He chased after him across regions and would not stop until he was dead. Thinking of how terrifying that person was, Qin Xie's face darkened. However, he did not recognize his face. He snorted and said, "Spiritual objects of heaven and earth belong to those who are fated to obtain them. As for Xiao Jingchan, although he is talented, I am not afraid of him. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth belong to those who are fated to obtain them." "Well said. I think you are also fated to obtain the Sea God's relic." Cheng Wushue's handsome face was full of smiles. Qin Xie glanced at Cheng Wuxue. "Cheng Wuxue, don't try to provoke me. As far as I know, the mission given to you by the Heavenly River Sword sect is also to obtain the Sea God's relic. If you can't complete the mission when you return to the sect," Cheng Wushue's face darkened. Seeing that no one dared to provoke him, Qin Feng started to circulate his true force to heal his injuries. This time, using the Tai Yin reincarnation to kill Xian Wuji, Qin Feng's life was much better. Firstly, he used this opportunity to train his cultivation level, which was a little unstable due to the sudden increase in his cultivation level. Secondly, Qin Feng peeked into many secrets in the Tai Yin reincarnation. Among them, there were a few true inheritances of the Heaven and Earth sect. The Heaven and Earth True Martial Arts Formula, Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation Catalog, 9 Arts of Purple Chi, Secret Record of Heaven and Earth Dharma Rings, and 8-level Heart Sutras. Unfortunately, when he peeked into these true inheritances, he triggered some oaths and restrictions in Xian Wuji's mind, which caused Xian Wuji's soul to collapse. Therefore, Qin Feng's gains were limited. Other than the complete secret record of Heaven and Earth Dharma rings, the other secret arts, such as the core Heaven and Earth True Martial Arts Formula and Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation Catalog, only had 1 or 2 levels left. However, the secret arts that involved the operation of yin and yang had benefited Qin Feng greatly. With this mystery of the universe, the evolution of the innate yin-yang divine diagram would go further, and its power would be even more tyrannical. What a pity if I could get the complete Heaven and Earth True Martial Arts Formula. I might be able to complete the innate yin-yang divine diagram. Feeling pity in his heart, Qin Feng raised his head and scanned the area with his divine sense. On the other side, after seeing Xian Wuji being killed and Ao Li escaping, Wang Lu and Mo Ao's mental state gradually became chaotic. They were suppressed by Wang Daoi's black and white reincarnation world and were forced to retreat again and again. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Qin Feng's huge divine sense sensed a silent brilliance suddenly approaching Qi Xia. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was attracted by Qin Feng and Wang Daoi, the brilliance turned and swept past the sea god's relic in her arms. Then, it suddenly disappeared with the sea god's relic. Originally, the 2 chapters were released together, but I couldn't wait, so I released them first. The next chapter will be released in an hour. Chapter 575. Qin Feng saw it clearly with his powerful spirit sense. It was a strange little beast with gray scales and a small body. It was like a gust of wind flowing in the void. In a flash, it took the sea god's relic from Qi Xia arms. The sea god's relic was a strange object that could not be kept in any personal space. Moreover, Qi Xia was not prepared for this strange beast coming out of the void. For a moment, this strange beast succeeded. Qi Xia's beautiful face turned pale. Tan Mingfeng, Yu Ji, Ling Shuanghua, Yi Ding, and the others' faces suddenly changed. A space-splitting beast? And it's still a young space-breaker beast. Qin Feng's expression is shocked. Tan Mingfeng snorted. Chase! Waves of momentum rose to the sky and chased after the space-splitting beast. Qin Xie and Cheng Wuxue were surprised. Here's the chance. With a glimmer of light, his figure was like a stream of light as he tore through the air and chased after the spacebreaker beast. In the blink of an eye, they traveled several miles. On the other side, Wang Lu and Mo Ao burst out with 2 surging brilliance, breaking free from Wang Daoi's shackles with a loud roar. They also rushed in the direction of the spacebreaker beast. Wang Daoi lowered his head and glanced at Qin Feng. To Qin Feng's surprise, he did not chase after them. Qin Feng was surprised. Then, a smile appeared in his eyes. The spacebreaker beast was an ancient beast of the void element. It could travel through the void storm and was extremely powerful. Ordinary martial arts magnates, or even supreme martial arts experts, could not catch up to it. Wang Daoi obviously recognized the space-splitting beast. With a glance, Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of a girl in white. With a clank, the sword fell to the ground and went straight into the girl's body. A faint voice sounded in by Yen Er's ears. Thank you. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void in an instant. Void travel? Void mystery? Looking at the disappearing figure, Bai Yen Er's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Wang Daoi also saw this scene. The corners of his mouth curved, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Interesting. Yu Ji was the last to get up. When she saw this scene, she didn't care about Qin Feng's method of disappearing into the void. Instead, her gaze fell on Bai Yen as her willowy brows furrowed. From Bai Yen's previous action of lending her sword to Qin Feng, Yu Ji sensitively sensed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. This made her feel uncomfortable for some reason. She shot a cold glance at Bai Yin'er and chased after her in a flash. Rumble. After 1,000 feet, the many streams of light in the sky stopped. At this point, Tan Mingfeng, Ling Shuanghua, and the others' faces were ashen. He had completely lost track of the space-breaker beast with his divine sense. The crafty void splitter beast burrowed into the void like a fish entering the sea. Damn it! Tan Mingfeng snorted angrily. The five-colored brilliance behind him surged. Everywhere it passed, the void was crushed into pieces. It's a void attribute spirit beast. This kind of void attribute spirit beast is famous for being difficult to deal with. Qin Xie stepped on the air and came over. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a flash of white clothes, Cheng Wuxiue appeared beside Qin Xie with a slightly disappointed expression. It seems at this time, we have miscalculated. Moao's figure appeared in an instant. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, several figures flew over from the distant horizon. Wang Lu, Yi Ding, Qian Kai, Yu Ji, and the others appeared one after another. However, at this time, the space-breaker beast had completely disappeared. Everyone sighed, and their faces were ashen. Yi Ding's expression changed. Seeing that the space-breaker beast had disappeared, he did not feel pity. For him, the most important thing was to curb Qin Feng's growth. There were only 2 months left until the Xingqian School's successor disciple promotion ceremony. If he could not curb Qin Feng would become his strongest opponent. It just so happens that this time Qin Feng killed Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji was the most beloved son of the current sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect. With a gloomy face, Yi Ding glanced around. Seeing that there was nothing to gain, Yi Ding quietly retreated. The most important thing now was to find the disciples of the Heaven and Earth sect and let them pass on the news that Xian Wuji was killed by Qin Feng. In the ancient void, there was an endless void storm. Even a powerful martial artist would not dare to enter the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! An endless black wind blew in the depths of the void, sweeping across the dark depths. It was enough to destroy a true treasure. This pitch-black storm was none other than the indestructible spatial storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, a panicked cry came from the depths of the void storm. A small gray beast actually broke through the dark void storm and fled in a panic, as if something was chasing after it. In the depths of the pitch-black void, it was dusky. A figure emitting dense starlight suddenly appeared in the midst of it. Little thing, what do you think you're going after stealing the sea god's relics? His figure appeared in the void storm. To everyone's surprise, the silver light around him was like a small void whirlpool, absorbing the power of the void at any time. This person was none other than Qin Feng, who was chasing after the space-breaker beast. The space-breaker beast could hide from others, but could not hide from Qin Feng's gaze. Although it seemed close, it was actually very far. Shuttling through the void storm, his speed was not as fast as the space-breaker beast. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, the space-breaker beast will shake me off sooner or later. Looking at the small creature that was nimbly drilling through the void, Qin Feng was troubled. Firstly, he did not have the special scales of the space-breaker beast. Secondly, he did not have the talent of tearing through the void storm. That's right, the void storm is also a manifestation of the power of the void. If I can fully comprehend it, won't I be able to travel through the void like the space-breaker beast? Thinking to himself, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. As long as I comprehend this power and adapt to the void storm, I might be able to move around freely in it. He was tempted. What was the void storm? In Qin Feng's view, it was a special kind of wind. The wind of the void. In the void, there were countless special forces that needed to be controlled. With a calm expression, his divine consciousness sensed the trajectory of the intertwining flow of the power of the void in the void storm. Bit by bit, the changes in the surrounding void were reflected in his mind. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed, and his eyes lit up. He made a hand seal and countless acupuncture points spewed out a strange power, like a void, chaotic ancient tree. After comprehending the chaotic ancient tree, Qin Feng was very familiar with the structure of the chaotic ancient tree. At this time, when he simulated it, he immediately felt a little different from before. The changes in the surrounding void storm seemed to have become very profound in an instant. The pitch-black storm that blew from the surroundings was sometimes like a giant hammer, and it was impossible to resist. Sometimes it was like a spring breeze, and everywhere it passed, it was like a lover's caress, and it was very comfortable. Sometimes it was like a violent wind, tearing the body apart. Sometimes it was like a strange snake drilling into the body and into the 7 orifices. Sometimes it formed all kinds of tornadoes, which could easily sweep thousands of kilograms into the sky. Qin Feng's figure was changing. Every time he comprehended a bit, wisps of pitch-black storm appeared around him, and his speed in the void storm increased by a bit. Chapter 576. Wisps of pitch-black storm condensed on his skin, forming a terrifying void tornado. The most peculiar thing was that the power of the void storm slowly seeped into Qin Feng's skin. It washed and purified Qin Feng's flesh, blood, meridians, tendons, and bones with the purest void power. In the deepest part of the void darkness, his body trembled and changed. Sometimes it was elongated, sometimes it was thin, and sometimes it was fat. His body became light and graceful. Combined with the void storm, he was like the son of the storm. Above his head, a ray of spiritual light formed a golden spiritual pattern. One after another 4 spiritual patterns appeared. That was the 5th spiritual pattern. 4 green and 1 gold. 5 void spiritual patterns. Qin Feng was slowly adapting to the void storm. Half a day later, his speed began to increase. His body changed, as if he had merged with the void, becoming the king of billions of void. His speed was more than several times faster. Chirp, chirp. The small space splitter in front was anxious, desperately drilling into the void storm. 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet. Qin Feng's body was like a void storm, breaking through layers of pitch-black storm and descending from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The slightly swaying void storm turned into a human figure, appearing 10 feet away from the small beast, within reach. The small beast was anxious, chirping chirp chirp. With a smile on his face, Qin Feng pointed slightly. Void freeze. A huge void power penetrated the void storm and descended on the small beast. The small beast's small figure that was escaping forward froze. The little thing changed. With a soft chirp, a layer of gray light burst out from its gray scales. Like a slippery loach, it dove and slid away from Qin Feng's void freeze. It also awakened a part of its innate ability. Qin Feng was energized. The galaxy true power in his body surged, once again transforming into a void power that descended on the small beast. Void freeze, void rewind. The little critter's small figure that was in the midst of escaping once again stood up. At the same time, it was still slowly retreating. This little thing chirped loudly. It was clearly angry. The scales all over its body stood up, and its 2 little claws tore through the void. Like a streak of light, it easily tore through the 2 void forces. Tearing the void, Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the sharp power on the little thing's claws. Tearing the void was a high-level use of the void. G. The little thing turned around, placed its hands on its waist, and pointed its 2 little claws at Qin Feng. Its rolling eyes were fierce on the outside but cowardly on the inside, and it was squeaking. It looked just like a shrew cursing on the street. This little thing stole the treasure, and still dares to scold me. Qin Feng was startled, and then coldly snorted. Leave the sea god's relic behind. Otherwise, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you, little thing, and use your skin as a bench. G. The little beast clearly understood Qin Feng's words, and a trace of fear flashed through its eyes. It lowered its head and thought for a moment. Then it stood in the void and gestured with its two claws. Qin Feng didn't quite understand. He didn't know what it was trying to do. After looking at it carefully a few times, Qin Feng gradually understood what it was trying to say. Qin Feng said with a strange expression, "You're saying that if I don't chase after you, you'll give me something good?" Gee. The little beast was overjoyed and nodded. Qin Feng had a hint of a smile on his face. "You can give me something good?" The little beast thought for a moment. Then it rummaged through its body and pulled out a stone from its head. Void attribute spiritual material. Void stone? Qin Feng was surprised. The gray stone on the little beast's gray claws was clearly a rare void attribute void stone. This void stone was formed after countless void forces were refined in void storms for tens of thousands of years. It was a spiritual material used to create spatial rings and dimensional storage rings. The void stone in the little beast's hand was a high-grade void stone. The light gray stone was sparkling and translucent, exuding a spiritual brilliance. The little beast was reluctant to part with it. This was its food for a year. However, it wasn't going to give away its treasure unless it couldn't outrun or defeat that human. Qin Feng shook his head. "No, I don't need the void stone. This void stone is useless to me." The little beast was very discouraged. After thinking for a moment, it pulled out a scale from its body. Looking at this scale, there was a strong reluctance in its eyes. It was born with this scale. It loved to hug this scale to sleep. Whining, the little beast finally stretched out its claws. This was a gray scale. There was a mysterious aura on the scale. Qin Feng's expression changed. His eyes instantly fell on this scale. He could faintly feel a profound void essence aura on this scale. Qin Feng had a strong feeling that if he could obtain this, the day of condensing the void essence would not be far away. Qin Feng glanced at the little critter who was extremely reluctant to part and said, "Little thing, are you really willing to give this to me?" Chirp, chirp. The little beast nodded softly. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He looked at the little beast and smiled. "How about this, little thing, you follow me. You return the sea god's relic to me. You can keep your scale." With that, Qin Feng formed a hand seal and released the aura of the void primordial chaos ancient tree. A boundless void aura from the immemorial era appeared and froze the void. A towering shadow of a primordial chaos ancient tree appeared behind Qin Feng. Seeing the ancient tree appear, the little beast's eyes lit up. It could clearly feel that this ancient tree had indescribable benefits for its cultivation. This was a call from the bloodline origin. As you can see, this is the void divine grade chaotic ancient tree. As long as you follow me, not only do you not have to hand over the scale, but you can also accompany this ancient tree. You are a void spiritual beast, a direct descendant of the void ancient true spirit, the void beast. If you can accompany the chaotic ancient tree, it will only be a matter of time before you completely awaken your bloodline and restore your ancient glory. Forget it. Qin Feng said again. You and I are mutually beneficial. I will not restrict your freedom. You just have to lend me a hand when I need it. It was a blatant temptation. The chaotic ancient tree was a supreme, void spiritual root. It contained the purest void essence energy. If a void spiritual beast could cultivate on the chaotic ancient tree, it would improve tremendously. This tree was just like the dragon blood ancient tree to the dragon tribe. The little beast whimpered softly and fell into a dilemma. After a while, it whimpered softly and raised its head to look at Qin Feng. A stream of light flashed in its mouth, and a pale blue brilliance shot into a void storm. See God's relic? Just as the void storm was about to sweep the sea god into the depths of the endless void. Qin Feng frowned as a violent void storm flashed. With a flash, he entered the storm and grabbed the sea god's relic. Taking advantage of Qin Feng's attention being attracted by the void storm, the void splitter beast's figure vanished in a flash. Abandoning the rook to save the king? What a smart little thing. Seeing the void splitter beast take the opportunity to escape, Qin Feng was not angry. Instead, he liked it even more. You won't be able to escape. If I had used this move before I figured out the void storm's profundity, I might have been able to escape. Now eat it. Qin Feng glanced at the sea god's relic in his hand. The sea god's relic was a mystical item. It could not be stored in his personal space or even the chaos heavens. After some thought, Qin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the bead-like sea god's relic into his stomach before sealing it. With a flash, he chased after the void splitter beast. There was a power outage for most of the day. This chapter was updated at the Internet Cafe. Everyone, please forgive me. There's more to come. Chapter 577. The Space Breaker Beast ran through the void. After an hour, its two claws tore open the void, and a bright light appeared. The sound of water was deafening. It was a precipitous stream. A trickle of cold water passed through the clouds, and the clear waves met the red sun. Thousands of waves flew and shattered the jade, and the sound of water roared in the clear wind. At the center of the stream, a young man with a straight back and an elegant bearing was standing on a huge rivet stone. This was a young man with a handsome face. He was wearing a white brocade with a jade crown and long hair. Under his feet, clear waves flowed like water. At this moment, an invisible crack opened in the void, and a small beast came out of the void. Seeing the man in white, the small beast's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. It flew and landed in front of the man in white, whining obediently. Seeing the appearance of the small beast, the man in white showed a smile in his eyes. But when he carefully looked at the small beast, his face suddenly became gloomy. Fail! G. The small beast whined and waved its two small claws. You mean you stole the sea god's relic, but someone was chasing you. You had no choice but to give up the sea god's relic. The man in white's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He knew the talent of the void beast better than anyone. It was born with the ability to travel through the void and come and go freely in the void storm. Ordinary martial arts giants, or even powerful people, cannot catch up with the void beast. There is actually someone in the sea spirit world who can catch up with the void beast in the endless void. It can't be an expert from the outside. The sea spirit world has been set up by many ancestors of the Sea Clan. The strongest person who can enter is only a martial arts giant, not a powerful person. A martial arts giant does not have the ability to swim through the dangerous endless void. Could it be that the old ancestors of the Sea Clan have awakened? Only they can travel freely in the endless void. Murmuring, the man in white's eyes fell on the small beast in front of him who seemed to have done something wrong, and said lightly, Void beast, you know my rules. Rewards and punishments are clear. As his voice fell, his eyes were as sharp as a blade. He opened his palm, and a python-like white whip appeared between his 5 fingers. Crack! The whip danced in the air like a spirit snake. It was like a bolt of white lightning striking the void, causing a thunderous roar. The little beast was like a frightened rabbit. It looked at the white-clothed young man with pleading eyes. Lai Kong, our Jixin sect values rules the most. You don't have to beg for mercy. Today I'll give you 3 lashes to teach you a lesson, and also to teach you a lesson. Boom! The white whip struck the little beast's gray scales like a poisonous dragon. Poochie! His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. Scales flew everywhere. The broken scales cracked. The little beast let out a blood-curdling scream as it collapsed onto the rock with a loud crash. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The white-robed man was as cold as steel. He poured his true power into the whip, and a white light suddenly landed on the little beast's body. It spat out a large mouthful of blood, dyeing the luo patterned stone red. The little beast's aura was weak. It cried out in grief, not daring to resist. This is the 3rd whip. The white-robed man's heart was as cold as steel. His arms danced, and the white whip was like an evil dragon. Just as it was about to land on the little beast, a pitch-black gale appeared in the void. Rumble. It was as if a pitch-black tornado had appeared in the mountain stream. The gale raged in the mountain stream, causing countless clear waves to blow up. They were like sharp blades that scraped open the stone walls of the mountain stream. They brought along huge pieces of rocks and slammed into the mountain wall. The huge mountain wall trembled violently. Huge rocks rustled and fell, creating a loud rumble. The white-robed man's expression changed. He flew out like a stream of light and appeared in midair. He danced with a white whip like a wild dragon. Wherever the whip passed, it scattered the gale. Bang, bang, bang. The whip lashed out in the wind like a thunderclap. The pitch-black gale circulated and turned into a human figure. He was dressed in black, with long hair draped over his shoulders. He had starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. His dark eyes were gloomy. His gaze landed on the bloody Lycong beast. In an instant, a trace of murderous intent surged. He swept his gaze and instantly locked onto the white-robed man who was floating steadily in midair. "Did you injure it?" Qin Feng's face was gloomy. With fear in his eyes, the white-robed man sized up Qin Feng. He used a secret method to check Qin Feng's cultivation level and found that it was like a terrifying storm, extremely tyrannical. "Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me?" The white-robed man's face was cold. His gaze fell on the Lycong beast on the stone. "As for this little thing, it's my pet. It's not your place to ask whether it's injured or not." It was like a fairy in the wind, or a light feather, floating in the gusts of wind. Qin Feng ignored the white-robed man and looked at the little beast. At this time, the little beast was seriously injured. Even its bones and tendons were broken. Even his own pet was so heavy-handed. One could see his temperament, whether it was to seize the little beast or to avenge the treasure. Qin Feng decided to kill him immediately. With a thought, the galaxy of true force flowed and instantly turned into a mighty force of void, true force that froze the white-robed man. Feeling the continuous pressure from the void, the white-robed man's face showed a trace of anger. He was an inner sect disciple of the 72 Orthodox Ji Xian sects. No matter where he went, people would bow to him. No one would attack him as soon as they saw him. A layer of invisible light appeared around his body. This was the Ji Xian sect's divine ability. All things can be. As long as one was strong enough, they could break through any kind of restraint and control. It seems that you are also a lawless person. They are the source of chaos in the world. Such people should be killed. The white-robed man's eyes were like knives. He looked righteous and awe-inspiring. A mighty aura was emitted from his body. Ji Xian force. The white-robed man's awe-inspiring aura was the signature expression of one of the 72 Orthodox sections. This sect was called the Ji Xian sect. The Ji Xian sect's flute cultivation was very special. These people's purpose was to help the country. They believed that governing the country was the same as cultivation. They cultivated while governing the country and the people. There are also several sects in the Ji Xian sect. One of them was called the Confucian sect. This sect specialized in producing great Confucian scholars and Confucian saints. Awe-inspiring righteousness was famous. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, the awe-inspiring righteousness on this white-robed young man did not seem to be accumulated step by step over a long period of time. This was because, according to the cultivation of ordinary Confucian sect experts, this white-robed young man should be studying hard and cultivating his awe-inspiring righteousness at this age. The Confucian sect was particular about accumulation. Of course, there were also people who took shortcuts. Just like the white-robed man who had obtained the legacy of his ancestors' awe-inspiring righteousness. So, it's a sour Confucian from the Ji Xian sect, and one who pretended to be a great Confucian by taking shortcuts. How dare a fake like you talk to me about eliminating evil and upholding justice? You really don't know your limits. There are more updates. Chapter 578. You're pretending to be a great scholar? The white-robed man felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife. A gush of qi and blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red. How dare you insult me like this? In the midst of his angry roar, his true power rushed forward, vast and mighty. The white whip in his palm shrunk and transformed into a large white brush, waving in the air. Heaven and earth have righteous chi. Below is the river peak. In one stroke rumble, thousands of torrents surged in the air, and the monstrous water vapor was like billions of tons of river water bombarding Qin Feng. The Jixin sect's remarkable ability is really mysterious. This righteous chi can give martial artists the ability to communicate with the chi of heaven and earth. It's a pity that your cultivation is not good enough, and all you've attracted is ordinary water. If you've attracted billions of acquired true water, even if my remarkable ability is unparalleled, I would still be drowned alive. As he mocked, Qin Feng's Star River True Force turned into a chaotic water calamity. A huge whirlpool blocked in front of Qin Feng, and like a whale swallowing, it swallowed the thousands of torrents in an instant, turning them into pure water yuan qi. The black water, Yao Dan in his body spun, greedily absorbing the rolling water yuan qi. With the nourishment of the water yuan qi, the Yao Dan became more and more crystal clear and bright. Countless water yuan qi turned into pieces of ancient runes as the Yao Dan breathed in and out, tempering the whole Yao Dan. The quality of the Yao Dan was improving bit by bit. Above is the sun star. The white-robed man roared, and a mighty brilliance was born from the brush, like the sun rising from the east, indescribably dazzling. Blazing hot, but it was still useless. Qin Feng looked over, and the chaotic fire calamity turned into several flame dragons, swallowing the bright sun alive. The Star River True Force continuously refined a light yuan qi, transforming it into water yuan qi to nourish the Yao Dan. With the nourishment, 1/5 of the Yao Dan completed the transformation into a middle-grade Yao Dan. While reaping the benefits, Qin Feng did not forget to give him some pointers. Although your awe-inspiring qi is huge, it is only in form but has no substance. This shows two problems. Firstly, you're using a trick and the true power in your body is flawed, causing you to have insufficient control over your true power. Secondly, it shows that your awe-inspiring qi is not as open and honorable as your awe-inspiring qi is. Qin Feng paused for a moment before his gaze landed on the small beast that was riddled with wounds. Perhaps filthiness, cruelty, and viciousness are your true nature. The white-clothed man shouted angrily as if his soft spot had been poked. Nonsense! To others, it is said to be awe-inspiring, so abundant that it can fill the firmament. In his rage, he raised his brush and swiped it in the air. A copious amount of light and righteous energy filled the space, and the sky was dyed an extremely vast white color. Qin Feng felt as if he was about to be melted by this overwhelming light. With a thought, the galaxy true power condensed into a pure white brilliance outside his body. Countless brilliances surrounded his body, but they could not hurt Qin Feng at all. Although the vast amount of righteous energy could not hurt him, Qin Feng felt extremely depressed. One enormous amount of righteous energy. This white-clothed man obviously has a high-grade inheritance item of the Jixin sect. What a pity this is a waste. If this white-clothed man could refine this inheritance item step by step like the orthodox Confucian experts, Qin Feng might not have been able to do it so easily with the help of this treasure. However, this amount of awe-inspiring qi is indeed the best nourishment for me. It would be a waste not to take it. Without batting an eyelid, Qin Feng activated the essence extraction technique. This technique was created by Qin Feng himself. Other than killing a few evil servants of the Qin Feng when his body was weak, it had always been hidden by Qin Feng. In fact, this was a high-grade martial Dao technique. Not only could it extract essence, but it could also refine blood essence and essence qi. When cultivated to the highest level, not only could it refine the soul essence, but could also absorb thousands of essence qi. Boom! Endless righteous energy descended from the sky. Qin Feng activated the essence extraction technique. and a huge black hole appeared above his head. This black hole was similar to Yi Ding's Kuan Peng, swallowing sky divine power. Boom! Vast amounts of white light poured into Qin Feng's body from the black hole. The galaxy true power was continuously refined and turned into black water true power to nourish the black water monster core in his body. The monster core refined the rolling black water true power and became brighter. Countless runes appeared. From 1/5, it gradually became 2/5, 3/5, and in the blink of an eye it became 4/5. When it was 4/5, the vast white light above his head was suddenly swallowed up. Qin Feng's face revealed a trace of red light. He laughed. Good tonic. Staring blankly at this scene, the man in white reacted. At this time, how could he not understand that he had been fooled? The man in white's chest rose and fell rapidly, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. His status in the Jishin sect was not ordinary. He was born in glory and had a very high status. Even in the Jishin sect, he had a very honorable position among the many inner sect disciples. Even those true disciples also had to give him some face. How could he be fooled like this? What made him even more unbearable was Qin Feng's playful attitude, which stabbed his arrogant self-esteem. This lowly commoner dares to humiliate me like this. I'm not worthy of being a son. I'm not worthy of being a son. You little brat, if I don't pull out your tendons and skin you alive today, I, Wang Yangyin, will write my name upside down. His mouth was vicious, and his face was solemn. He took out a strange writing brush. It was a strange writing brush. The tip of the brush was pure white, even whiter than the flame of hope in Qin Feng's hand. It was holy and pure. The body of the brush was dark green with a kind of emerald agate green, as if it had changed over the years, with a trace of vicissitudes of life. Looking at this strange brush, the man in white's face revealed a trace of excitement and coldness. This was an inheritance true weapon of the Jishin sect. This true weapon was an inheritance left behind by a scholarly sage of the Jishin sect who had entered the Tao. The origin of this brush was simple. At first, it was just an ordinary mortal item. However, this brush had accompanied the ups and downs of the scholarly sage's life, and it had infected the sage Tao of that scholarly sage with incredible power. In terms of quality, it might not be a true weapon, but in terms of power, it was far superior to ordinary true weapons. The man in white could be considered a person of great destiny. When he was young, he had drawn lots and accidentally caught this item, which had led to his current status. When the tip of the brush came out, ghosts and gods would be shocked. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. A grand white light pierced through the sky. In the white light, a path to the heavens was faintly discernible. A trace of shock flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This was the sage Tao. From the white light, Qin Feng seemed to have seen the entire process of a sage's birth, enlightenment, integration, establishment, and creation, and even standing at the peak. In front of that grand white light, Qin Feng's body instantly melted and integrated into that sage Tao. Seeing that Qin Feng was passively integrated into the sage Tao, the man in white sneered. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one will die in the evening. The sage Tao was indeed a supreme Tao. Once one comprehended it, they would obtain endless benefits. However, the sage Tao was not something that ordinary martial artists could listen to. If one was not careful, they would completely become a slave of the sage Tao, or even completely integrate into it. However, soon, the smile on his face stiffened. A sharp sword silently pierced into his back, instantly ending his life. A figure silently walked out of the void, and a faint voice resounded in the void. This is not the way to use a sage's item. It's really flattering to say that you're pretending to be a great scholar. Such a treasure is really a waste in your hands. Chapter 579. So weak. If this treasure had fallen into the hands of Xian Wuji, I'm afraid it would have been enough to turn the tide of that battle. Qin Feng sighed. In fact, when he was talking to the white-robed man, he had quietly slipped into the void, leaving only a doppelganger behind. The white-robed man had a treasure, but his eyesight was limited, so he was easily killed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the dark green spring and autumn brush into his hand and felt the rich light and righteous energy in the brush. He smiled. Although he had no use for this Confucian item, he could use it to exchange with the people of the Spirit Treasure sect. This item contained the path of the Confucian sage and had irreplaceable benefits for Confucian disciples. He believed that the Confucian experts would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Puchi. The sword light was drawn, and the white-robed man fell. At that moment, Qin Feng frowned. A shrill figure burst out of the void like a stream of light and pounced on his chest. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill the enemy with a single slash, but in the next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. His Milky Way true power changed, and a pitch-black gust of wind blasted out like lightning. In an instant, it bombarded the body of the sneak attacker. Puchi. Blood spurted out. With a wail, a small spirit beast was sent flying. It was the Spacebreaker beast. Qin Feng appeared in front of the Spacebreaker beast. With a point of his finger, an invisible force froze the little beast in the void. Gee. The little beast stared at Qin Feng angrily. It was already seriously injured, and Qin Feng's attack had taken away half of its life. However, it was still full of murderous intent. A gray light loomed on its body. It was burning its potential and wanted to fight to the death with Qin Feng. This little thing is quite loyal. Qin Feng's fingers weaved seals, and an invisible force enveloped the little beast. The light flowed and turned into a net of light to seal the little beast. This was the Great Light Immovable Seal. Qin Feng had passed this secret technique to Bai Yin. This was to prevent the little beast from exhausting its potential and dying. However, the little beast did not appreciate his kindness. Rumble. The gray divine radiance was rising from its broken scales and attacking the seal. The little critter's eyes were filled with determination. The net of light formed by the seal of light was shattering inch by inch. Qin Feng was shocked. This little thing is actually so loyal. What kind of bewitching potion did that fellow feed you? He beat you up like that, and you still want to avenge him? Gee. The little critter bellowed in grief. The gray divine light on its body was like a rising flame. The void seemed to be melted by this gray flame. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from its body. What a stubborn little guy. Qin Feng was secretly annoyed. However, the more it was like this, the more Qin Feng wanted to subdue it. If he could subdue such a loyal and pure-blooded void attribute spirit beast, it would definitely be a great help in the cruel world of great battles in the future. Chaotic Light and Darkness Seal. Another sealing secret technique appeared in his mind. The light aura in Qin Feng's palm surged and split into two. It evolved into light and darkness, black and white, forming two boundless ancient runes. One represented light, and the other represented darkness. The mottled black and white runes intertwined. At the same time, black and white light bloomed and turned into a large net that enveloped the little beast's body. The void flame on the little beast's body was pushed back into the little beast's body layer by layer, forming a grain-sized black and white diamond-shaped crystal in the depths of the little beast's dantian. As soon as this black and white diamond-shaped crystal entered the dantian, it merged with the little beast's bloodline and strength. It continuously absorbed the little beast's strength and turned it into blood energy, causing the little beast to temporarily lose all its strength. After absorbing the little beast's strength, this grain-sized black and white diamond-shaped crystal slowly grew to the size of a soybean, and even the size of a pigeon's egg. The little beast lost its strength, and in addition to being seriously injured, it immediately wailed and fainted. Little thing, you really know how to torment yourself. Qin Feng grabbed the little beast and glanced at it. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. I, Qin Feng, have always only killed and not saved. I never expected to break my precepts for you. He casually threw the little beast into the chaos heavens. Caw! A newcomer? Lord Ba looked in astonishment at the little beast that descended from the sky. At the same time, a voice sounded in its ears. From this moment forth, it's your lackey. However, it's wild and untamed. Watch it well, and don't let it cause any trouble. A plump, black-feathered crow flapped its wings as its eyes darted around. It came in front of the space splitter like a lord and muttered, training new disciples. Teaching newbies, Lord Ba loves it the most. After putting away the space splitter, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and glanced at the white-dressed man. If it were any other warrior at the peak of the sea of reincarnation realm, Qin Feng would definitely have stuffed him into the chaos heavens as spirit fertilizer. However, Qin Feng could not do so to a person with such a background like the white-dressed man. Such a disciple might have secrets in his body. It was very easy for him to leave behind a latent danger in the chaos heavens. If the white-dressed man had some sort of void coordinate, once he was devoured, it would probably allow experts to lock onto the chaos heavens location. When that happened, it would truly be a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Qin Feng set fire to the white-clothed man and all the traces in the surroundings. Then, he immediately left this place. Just as the white-dressed man was about to die, in a solemn and dignified palace in the Ji Profound sect, a spirited and dignified elder was explaining the classics. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stopped his explanation. Below the platform, the disciples who were listening to the elder's preaching had a change in expression. This was the illustrious virtue Tao Palace where one of the 12 sages of the Ji Profound sect, Sage Wind Thunder, resided. The 12 sages were equivalent in status to the 28 peak chiefs of the Xingqian school. Each of them was a half-sage who was about to enter the sage realm. The illustrious virtue Tao Palace was derived from one of the Confucian classics, The Great Learning. It was about being virtuous, being close to the people, and being good. The disciples below were no ordinary disciples. They were many inherited teachings disciples of the Ji Profound sect, and some were even Confucians who were equivalent to mighty figures. A dark-skinned disciple of average height stood up and said calmly, "Teacher, did something happen?" He was the eldest disciple of the illustrious virtue Tao Palace, Zilu. He was also the most outstanding inherited teachings disciple of the illustrious virtue Tao Palace. At less than 50 years of age, he had already understood the righteous truth and was halfway into the realm of Confucian. After a moment of silence, Sage Wind Thunder sighed. "Your junior brother is dead." The expressions of the disciples below changed. All of them looked at Sage Wind Thunder. This sage had a demeanor of joy, but not lust, sorrow, but not grief. It was as though the one who had died was an ant. However, all the disciples knew that their junior brother, Song Huaixing, was the only son of their teacher. The grudge of his son's death was greater than the heavens. After a moment of silence, Zilu suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Sage Wind Thunder. He touched the sword at his waist and turned to stride out of the illustrious virtue Tao Palace. Looking at this scene, the Wind Thunder Sage's face, which was as white as a pine tree, twitched. After a while, he sighed. Chapter 580. After killing the White Robe Man, Qin Feng found a place to refine the Sea God's relic. The Sea God's relic contained an extremely rich sea god's essence. If he could refine it, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. But Qin Feng had to give up on this idea. The Sea God's relic contained an extremely strong energy. Even his Star River True Force at the 3rd level of extreme grade could not chew through it. He could only refine it day after day. In his body, the pearl-like Sea God's relic's essence was refined and added to his Star River True Force. His Star River True Force was improving almost all the time. This kind of cultivation speed was several times faster than before. In a flash, he appeared on top of a mountain. It was a blood-red, ancient maple forest. I heard that there are 7 Sea God's relic. If there are 7 of them, my cultivation speed might be several times faster. Puff. A surge of energy in his body vibrated as another black water acupoint was refined. During this time, another 20 to 30 acupoints were refined. This time, there were nearly 400 black water acupoints refined. But the strange thing was, it seemed that after cultivating the black water mystical snake's body, the black water mystical snake's true acupoints were refined and their strength increased. It seemed that since the black water mystical snake's bloodline was refined, the black water mystical snake bloodline was also integrated. This made Qin Feng's black water mystical snake's bloodline much stronger and produced an inexplicable mutation. When Qin Feng transformed into the black water mystical snake, his ability to control the water was stronger. It could also be said that his talent was getting stronger. If Qin Feng's black water mystical snake was considered ordinary among the many black water mystical snakes, then he was now considered a genius among the black water mystical snakes. And this change was still ongoing. The more black water acupoints refined, the stronger the black water mystical snake's true body became. Standing on the mountain, at a glance, the sea spirit continent's terrain was complex and ancient tombs were scattered everywhere. The 7 sea gods' relic, one of them is in my hands. As for the other 6, 5 of them are in the hands of the dragon palace of the 5 seas. The last one is in the hands of a mysterious person. No matter which one it is not easy to get it. Qin Feng frowned. The strength of the dragon palace of the 5 seas was huge, and it was no weaker than the top 10 divine sects of the 72 orthodox sections. An expert from the dragon palace of the 5 seas would definitely not be weaker than Xian Wuji. It had been 4 days since they entered the sea spirit world. In a flash, Qin Feng swept his gaze across the sea spirit continent. At this moment, in a radius of tens of miles away, a beam of spiritual light shot up into the sky. The vast brilliance stirred the spiritual energy above the sea spirit continent, absorbing the spiritual energy to form a huge vortex. This was the sign of the birth of a treasure. Could it be that some kind of true treasure has appeared? Looking up, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng leaped into the air. Wisps of black wind gushed out from his body and flew close to the ground, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. After a few dozen breaths, Qin Feng appeared on top of a small mountain. At the foot of the mountain was the place where the spiritual light rushed out. Qin Feng glanced around, and his gaze fell on one of the ancient tombs at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a huge crack appeared on the ancient tomb. An extremely strong brilliance rushed out from the ancient tomb. It's a water true treasure. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could get his hands on this water true treasure, it would be a huge boost to his strength. For example, Jiang Chao from Xingchen School, who was known as the water god Peng Chuan. If not for the water true treasure that was changed into the Black Emperor title banner, Jiang Chao would never have been able to become an inner disciple. Qin Feng did not rush over immediately. He glanced at the ancient tomb, and a strange aura appeared in his spiritual sense. What a brilliant illusion array! Sneering, Qin Feng was about to move when his expression changed. He heard the sound of wind from afar. Without making a sound, he hid in a crack between a rock. A moment later, the sound of wind whistling could be heard descending from the sky. It was a young man with a malicious expression. He glanced at the big screen, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. A true treasure. A true treasure has appeared here. It's really a banner from the heavens. I, Sun Huan, am destined to be lucky. His body flashed. At this moment, his expression changed. He looked up at the sky and saw a fiery red flowing light cutting through the sky. His face sank and a trace of killing intent flashed. A moment later, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Sun Huan's figure silently disappeared into the ground. A fiery red stream of light flashed, and a beautiful woman appeared where Sun Huan had disappeared. She had a seductive appearance and a demonic temperament. She was wrapped in a light gauze, and a seductive aura leaked out. She did not look like a good person. Seeing this woman, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He knew this woman. This woman was the supreme elder of a small sect called the Purgatory Sect. This woman was called the witch Li Hua. She cultivated a fire martial Dao cultivation method. Her strength was only average among the martial Dao giants. However, her techniques were very powerful. Coupled with her beautiful and charming appearance, there were many martial Dao experts who had fallen for her. Later on, it was said that in order to steal the sect's treasures, she betrayed the sect and called herself the Li Hua Palace Lord. She recruited male gigolos every day and built up a good business. Among the rogue cultivators, she could call the wind and summon the rain. She was very carefree. However, Qin Feng was quite surprised to see him in the sea spirit world this time. As the red light descended, her gaze instantly fell upon the pillar of spiritual light. It's a true treasure. The witch Li Hua's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at the ancient tomb. She was originally a seductive woman. Now that she was excited, her beautiful body trembled, revealing many parts of her body. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Under his gaze, the witch Li Hua walked towards the ancient tomb step by step. However, at this moment, from the silent ground, a cold light shot out. A saber light, as big as a mountain, slashed out from below. Sneak attack. The witch of Li Hua's expression changed abruptly. Strands of pink demonic flames appeared on her body as she struck out with her palm. She immediately retreated. Who's the sneak attack? Hold on. I'm the palace lord of the Li Hua Palace in the St. Cliff. Is there a misunderstanding? The saber light cut through the demonic flames and flew out from the witch Li Hua's body. The heavy saber light landed on the void, shattering it. The witch Li Hua's expression changed drastically. She was not good at this kind of battle. Coupled with Sun Huan's sneak attack, she was completely at a disadvantage. Boom! The air exploded. A yellow figure spun and unfolded like a top. There is no misunderstanding between us. How dare you covet the true treasure? You deserve to die. Thousand Peak Mountain Slash. Sun Huan grinned. His body moved and the saber light changed. A saber light that could split the sky followed him and locked onto the witch Li Hua. The witch Li Hua's expression changed drastically. Her eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Heavenly fire burned the city. A fiery red shadow appeared on her body. It was her Li Hua mystic realm. She had used the power of heaven and earth. Boom! The yellow saber light slashed onto the red light. It split the power of heaven and earth like lightning. While the witch Li Hua was still in shock, the saber light slashed through her body. A crackling sound was heard. Her body was split into two. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the sound of the wind, Sun Huan walked out of the red light while coughing. He was holding an ancient crocodile saber. His clothes were tattered and his skin was festering. His skin was charred black by the flames. Although he had killed the witch Li Hua, Sun Huan had to pay a price. The true treasure is mine. With a cold voice, he glared at the witch Li Hua who had died with her eyes wide open. His burning gaze landed on the ancient tomb. Chapter 581. Looking coldly at Sun Huan killing the Li Hua witch, Qin Feng gradually figured out the origin of this young man. The true power flowing around Sun Huan was obviously water-type. Those with water-type true power were mostly from the Sea Race Dragon Palace. However, it was hard to tell which water-type he came from. However, to be able to kill a martial arts giant like the Li Hua witch at the peak of the Sea Revolution realm, his identity must be extraordinary. Qin Feng didn't want to take the opportunity to kill Sun Huan. He looked coldly at Sun Huan as he stepped forward. Sun Huan was vigilant as he spread out his spiritual sense to observe the changes in the surroundings. Holding his long saber, he arrived in front of the ancient tomb in a few steps. Glancing at the light, he took a deep breath and stabbed his long saber into the ancient tomb. The true power in his hands surged and turned into a huge waterfall-like net that enveloped the ancient tomb. Qin Feng's eyes moved as he smiled lightly. Sun Huan was suppressing the phenomenon of the true weapon. Layers of flowing light gradually separated the underground brilliance, and it looked like the phenomenon was about to be completely suppressed. At this moment, layers of thick fog appeared silently in the surroundings. Sun Huan didn't notice it, but Qin Feng saw it clearly. It came from the surrounding tombs. At the same time, 3 to 4 dense death auras rushed out and rushed into Sun Huan's body like lightning. Sun Huan's face instantly stiffened. Possession. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he saw clearly that it was 4 vengeful spirits. These old antiques are really cunning. They actually used the true weapon to bait. Qin Feng thought to himself as he sneered. At this moment, Qin Feng moved. His body flashed and silently appeared beside Sun Huan. A snow-white sword light circled around Sun Huan's head and slashed. Puchi. A huge 6 sun's head soared into the sky as blood dyed the ancient tomb red. Roar. Bastard, who dares to spoil the Patriarch's plan? I'm going to kill you. Die. For furious roars burst out from Sun Huan's body, piercing straight into his soul. Qin Feng didn't mind at all. He waved his sleeve, and rolling demon generals rushed out from his body. Among them, there was a formless heavenly demon, the profound heavenly demon. They were MO1 and MO2. The 2 sky fiends cackled strangely. Another one is crippled. Little ones, the Patriarch has sent us out. The dense black fog caused the surrounding area to be in complete darkness. What the hell? What kind of evil thing is this? Why can't I kill him? The 4 wraiths' expressions changed drastically as they looked at the inner demons surrounding them. Streaks of gray death streaked across the void, shattering the boundless inner demons. However, the inner demons gathered and regenerated. A heart demon lotus appeared beneath Qin Feng's feet as it continuously refined the surrounding essence energy into a demon domain, trapping the 4 vengeful spirits. To other martial artists, such a vengeful spirit was terrifying. But to him, it was a rare treasure. Not only could this vengeful spirit refine inner demons, but it also contained memories. To Qin Feng, it was tantamount to a secret cultivation manual. This was especially true for his understanding of the water element, which allowed him to benefit a lot from his attainments in the water element. Boom! The 4 vengeful spirits attacked the demon domain. However, with Qin Feng in charge, the 4 vengeful spirits were like turtles in a jar. After a while, the 4 vengeful spirits were all subdued. 3 of them were devoured by MO2, turning into a formless heavenly demon. The other one was devoured by 9 inner demon and turned into a profound heavenly demon. Patriarch. This new ferocious heavenly demon knelt in front of Qin Feng's heart demon lotus like an obedient baby. Qin Feng said, "From today onwards, you'll be called MO3. Yes, thank you for the name, Patriarch." This heavenly demon was overjoyed. Qin Feng shook his head and then kept the 3 heavenly demons in the depths of his soul altar before withdrawing from the demon domain. His gaze fell on the spiritual light pillar in the ancient tomb. He waved his sleeve. Boom! The ancient tomb cracked open and the true treasure, emitting spiritual light, appeared in front of Qin Feng. This was a true treasure that looked like a flag. Qin Feng casually took the flag in his hand and frowned. This flag's pole was neither gold nor wood. It was entirely blue. It looked like the legendary deep-sea divine iron. The flag looked strange with strange patterns embroidered on it. It was unknown what material it was made of. It was blue and emitted an ocean-like luster. Most importantly, the flag looked tattered, with 7 or 8 tiny holes. This was an ancient true treasure. However, according to Qin Feng's judgment, due to the erosion of time and some damage, this true treasure could only be considered a false true treasure at best. After sensing it for a while, Qin Feng understood the function of this true treasure. It could control water and absorb the essence of fierce beasts, turning it into pure yuan qi to help martial artists cultivate. It could be considered a false true treasure with excellent attack and support. It was also because of the latter function that this precious true treasure did not turn into ashes like the other treasures in the tomb. Of course, it was also because of this that the 4 vengeful spirits were left behind. This was because the sea spirit flag had the miraculous power to condense souls and retain spirituality. Good stuff. This treasure is not of much use to me, but I can give it to that little girl Hong Lian to make up for her late start. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Casually putting away this treasure, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the other 4 main tombs. On the tip of his finger, a force flowed out and wiped away the restrictions on the surrounding tombs, revealing the real inscriptions of the other tomb owners. The tomb of the first-generation sea swallow patriarch of the sea swallow tribe. The tomb of the first-generation grand elder of the sea spirit tribe, Ning Ningzi. The tomb of the third-generation patriarch of the longbow giant tribe, ancestor Long Kui. The tomb of the third-generation patriarch of the sea spirit tribe, Kuei Inji. Qin Feng was a little dazzled. These old antiques all had some background. They were all supreme experts from the ancient era. With so many antiques, they should have some background. Qin Feng's expression changed as he stomped on the ground. Rumble. The ground within a radius of several hundred feet was overturned. The 4 tombs cracked open. Skeletons appeared one after another, turning into ashes in the wind. Even mighty experts could not withstand the power of time. Qin Feng swept a glance and quickly shook his head. These old fellows did have some background, but the elixirs and treasures they left behind had all turned into ashes. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed. In the depths of the spiritual platform, the 3 heavenly demons transmitted some fragmented memories. These were the memories of the 4 vengeful spirits. These memories were very fragmented and incomplete. Other than some incomplete cultivation techniques, there were also some fragmented memories. Qin Feng noticed 2 pieces of information. One was related to the sea god's relics. The 7 sea gods' relics are the keys to the sea god's palace. The sea god's palace is located in the deepest part of the sea spirit world. The ancient sea spirit world was divided into 3 parts, and this is only one of them. There's such a secret. Qin Feng was surprised. At the same time, there was another secret about the whereabouts of the Blackwater Patriarch's tomb. The Blackwater Patriarch was the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Blackwater mystical snake. He was the direct descendant of the Blackwater mystical snake, the ancestor of the Blackwater tribe. This update will be released first. The 3rd and 4th updates will be added together. It will be released at around 9 o'clock. Chapter 582. The 2nd-generation Dark Water mystical snake. That was the son of the Dark Water true spirit. He had the purest bloodline of the Dark Water true spirit. In Qin Feng's inherited memories, although the son of Dark Water's father occupied the demon god position of the Dark Water Tao and blocked his path, he was still one of the best among the ancient supreme beings. If I can get the cultivation experience of the son of Dark Water, I might be able to cultivate to the Dark Water demon god position in a short time. Although the Tao of Black Water is only one of the postnatal demon god venerable positions and cannot be compared to the middle celestial venerable positions or even the Xiantian venerable positions, he is still a demon god. Everyone below the demon god is just an ant. He was excited. According to the remnant memories of the 4 experts, the 2nd-generation Dark Water mystical snake was injured by one of the 3 ancient sovereigns, the Sui sovereign, during the 2nd Great War of Gods and Demons. His injuries were irreparable, and he came to this sea spirit continent to rest somewhere in the center of this continent. I must find the tomb of the 2nd-generation son of Dark Water. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng's face was slightly happy. He glanced around and sneered. With a flash, he rushed toward the sea spirit continent in the direction of the memories of the 4 great resentful spirits. The sea spirit continent was vast, and there was not much time left for Qin Feng. After Qin Feng left, several streaks of light flashed and appeared in the surroundings. All of them looked at the opened ancient trees with pity in their eyes. They looked at the direction where Qin Feng left with fear in their eyes. These people had arrived here a long time ago. They saw how Qin Feng dealt with the vengeful spirits and how he took away the treasures. They did not dare to move. What a pity! That man is too strong. We are no match for him. He saw us at the last glance. Fortunately, he did not want to pay attention to us. Otherwise, we would all be dead. What a monster! Suppressing 4 martial overlord-level vengeful spirits was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Yeah, any one of those 4 vengeful spirits would be a huge threat if they were to escape. Even the magnates of a region wouldn't be able to do anything to them. I didn't expect them to be destroyed just like that. Everyone's faces were filled with deep fear. Magnates were the overlords of a region. No matter which country he was in, he would be an old ancestor or even a powerful existence like the founding emperor of a country. Yet, he had been crushed to death so easily. Of course, Qin Feng had noticed the gazes that were secretly spying on him, but he was too lazy to make a move. At this point, for days had already passed. He could feel that the sea spirit world was showing more and more malice towards foreign warriors like them. In 3 days at most, they would be expelled from the sea spirit world. To find the tomb of the son of black water in the vast sea spirit continent within 3 days was an extremely difficult task. 1 day later, swoosh, with a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared in the vicinity of a lake. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he glanced at the lake that was filled with water. According to the information left behind by the 4 vengeful spirits, the tomb of the son of black water should be in this area. However, this area is surrounded by small lakes and green mountains. If we come one by one, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the tomb of the son of black water within 2 days. As Qin Feng pondered in his heart, he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the son of black water is the 2nd-generation ancestor of the black water mystical snake. What could be deeper than the bloodline? Why don't I transform into the body of the black water mystical snake? Maybe I can find something else. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. Using the Galaxy True Force, he activated the black water demonic core in his body. A surge of black water demonic core rushed out from the demonic core and poured into his body. Qin Feng's body began to change. His legs turned into a black snake tail and human body. As he transformed into the body of the black water mystical snake, Qin Feng felt a faint sense of familiarity in the depths of his soul. It works. Closing his eyes slightly, Qin Feng swung his snake tail. His body moved like the wind, following the invisible wave into the depths of the lake. Whoosh! Silently, a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. Qin Feng went in. At the same time, after Qin Feng left, the fog in the void turned hazy. 3 figures walked out of the fog silently. Among the 3 figures, the one in the lead was slender and handsome. His slightly dark skin exuded a powerful aura. He actually had dragon horns. At this time, he pointed at a flag with rolling water vapor. Dense fog surrounded the 3 figures. Crown Prince, this is the Blackwater mystical snake clan. It seems that this is indeed the tomb of the son of Blackwater. The one who spoke was the person behind the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan. This person was tall and abnormally burly. His eyes were like copper bells. His aura was very strong. Beside him was a short and wretched middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said submissively, "Crown Prince, it seems that your fortune has come. The son of Blackwater is the ancestor of the Blackwater mystical snake clan. He has the purest, true spirit blood. Crown Prince also has a part of the Blackwater mystical snake clan's bloodline. If you can get the true spirit blood of the son of Blackwater, you will definitely be able to attain the position of Darkwater Devil in an extremely short time." The middle-aged man's words showed that he had already regarded Qin Feng as a dead man. The Crown Prince shook his head. "Old Tortoise, General Haiyu, don't underestimate the son of Darkwater. He is the son of the Darkwater True Spirit. If it wasn't for the Darkwater True Spirit occupying the position of Demon God, he might have already reached Tao. The other old antiques have made arrangements to be reborn. I believe that the son of Blackwater has the corresponding means. Old Turtle and the middle-aged man nodded. Exactly. That young man of the Blackwater mystical snake clan could be our pathfinder. We can temporarily follow behind him. If there is any danger, he will be in front of us. We can also adapt to the situation. The dragonhorned young man nodded with a smile. That's right. If we get benefits, we can be the Oriole and take his life. After saying that, he waved the small flag in his hand. A thick fog wrapped around the three of them, and they turned into a green smoke that disappeared into the lake. They quietly merged into an undercurrent and followed the figure in front of them. After the three of them left, a black light appeared in the void. It was surrounded by devil chi and was cackling strangely. After a while, it turned into a black light and merged into the lake. In the lake, Qin Feng followed the fluctuation in the depths of the soul and headed to the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, a black light caught up with him and entered his heart. At the same time, images appeared in his mind. Sure enough, someone is following us. Qin Feng thought. He had a cold smile on his face. From the moment he appeared at the lakeside, he had sensed that someone was secretly spying on him. Therefore, before he entered the bottom of the lake, he had quietly left a sky demon avatar in the air. Sure enough, he had gained a lot. You want to use me as cannon fodder and be the Oriole? Humph. Today, I will show you the means of your grandfather. There will be more after 9 o'clock. Chapter 583. Who knows who's the Oriole? With a gloomy smile, he intertwined his fingers in front of his chest and formed a seal. 10 galaxy true power flowed out from his fingers. Silently, a huge undercurrent swept out from the depths of the darkness and enveloped Qin Feng's figure. It stirred up the surrounding area and made it extremely turbid. 3,000 feet behind him, the three people who were closely watching Qin Feng's movements had a change in expression. But in the next moment, their expressions returned to normal. After the undercurrent passed, Qin Feng's figure appeared in their field of vision once again. The three of them did not know that after the undercurrent, Qin Feng's real body had already left. The one in front of them was just a clone formed by the water spirit force. The water flow surged, and a stream of water silently followed Qin Feng, who was in front of him. After the three controlled the water flow, Qin Feng's figure emerged from the water. He looked in the direction of the three people and smiled. He followed the water flow from afar. After a few hundred breaths, a luxurious underwater palace appeared in front of everyone. The scale of this underwater palace was not inferior to the overflowing sea palace under the Cloud Lake. It was dazzling with gold and jade, richly ornamented, and magnificent underwater. The only flaw was that there was no sign of life in this place, and it was deathly still. Qin Feng flashed and appeared in front of a white, jade-like decorated archway. Blackwater Palace. On the archway, there were 4 ancient characters that exuded a charm. This is the Blackwater Palace. Sure enough, this is the sleeping place of the son of Blackwater. Qin Feng had an unconcealable joy on his face. He could not wait to enter the underwater palace. After Qin Feng entered, a stream of water flowed and 3 figures appeared. The one in front had a dignified appearance and towering dragon horns. It was the Dragon Crown Prince. His face flickered and was filled with malice. He went in. Old Turtle asked softly, "Crown Prince, should we follow him in?" He waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment." In the dark, Qin Feng was silently observing the 3 of them. The aura emitted by the 3 of them made him abnormally wary. They were all tyrannical existences at the pinnacle of the martial Tao overlord realm. The 3 of them had all comprehended water elemental essences. As they stood in the water, a majestic aura spread out from the water surface. It was terrifying. It seems that this young dragon has a high status in the dragon race. He is such an expert as his bodyguard. I wonder which clan he is from in the Dragon Palace of the 5 Seas. In Qin Feng's impression, the one in charge of the Eastern Sea was the Azure Dragon. Red Dragon was in charge of the South Sea. The black dragon was the master of the North Sea. Sure Bylong was the master of the West Ocean. The Golden Dragon clan was in charge of the Endless Ocean. The five seas were clearly separated. The other dragons lived in the five seas and were ruled by the five superior dragons. Looking at the young man's dragon horns, Qin Feng judged that he was most likely from the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon clan contained the innate true spirit Azure Dragon bloodline and had great potential. They were proficient in lightning arts and were extremely powerful. Together with the black tortoise true spirit of the north, the vermilion bird true spirit of the south, and the white tiger true spirit of the west, they were known as the four overlords of the ancient true spirits. Suddenly, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had completely lost contact with the clone that had entered the Blackwater Mansion. In other words, he had died. Qin Feng was surprised. Although the clone did not have his strength, he still had some of his knowledge. Logically speaking, even if he encountered some powerful restriction formations and mechanisms, he should not have died so quickly. It seems that there is something fishy about this, he thought to himself. Half an hour later, outside the Blackwater Mansion, the young man with dragon horns was a little impatient. He frowned and his eyes flickered. Why is there no movement in the Blackwater Mansion? The burly sea general interrupted. Is he inheriting the power of the son of Blackwater? Hearing this, the dragon prince's face became extremely gloomy. A trace of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Old Turtle said, "Should we go in and take a look?" The burly sea general said loudly, "Of course we should go in. If we go in and die, the treasures will be taken away by that Blackwater mystical snake boy. Prince, let's go in. It will be too late if we wait any longer." Qin Feng was hiding in the dark. Hearing this, he sneered in his heart. The young man with dragon horns pondered. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go in. Everyone, be careful. After all, this is a hibernation place that the son of Blackwater set up for himself. He might have other tricks up his sleeve." With that, he took the lead and walked toward the Blackwater Mansion. Old Turtle and the burly sea general followed closely behind. After the three of them entered the Blackwater Mansion, the water rushed over and a figure walked out of the water. It was Qin Feng. Looking at the three of them, Qin Feng smiled insidiously. "I'll use you to test the son of Blackwater's tricks." Sweeping his gaze over the underwater manor, Qin Feng's silhouette transformed, silently transforming into a stream of water as he entered the underwater manor. This underwater manor was extremely vast. Numerous sunflower water pillars were erected, exuding an indescribable sense of grandeur. Vermilion Palace and Shell Palace were different from the world. Gold was the roof tiles and white jade was the door pivot. Tortoiseshell shell was opened and coral beads were laid on the floor. Black water droplets dotted the radiant lotus seat, connecting the top to the top and the bottom to the 8 paths. It was even more magnificent than the Dragon Palace. In the palace, Qin Feng saw some traces of powerful restrictive spells. Unfortunately, these traces were all obliterated by the passage of time. About 7 minutes later, Qin Feng caught up with the three of them. They passed through 3 layers of the palace and 8 side halls. In the main hall, the three of them were looking at the pitch-black water droplet on the main seat with fervent gazes. A trace of indescribable Taoist rhyme flowed. Not only the three of them, but also Qin Feng behind them felt his blood boiling. The blood of the true spirit. Qin Feng was shocked. He held his breath. Instinctively, he felt that it was not that simple. His clone's death was definitely not a coincidence. Sure enough, the three of them stepped forward excitedly. At this moment, the black water droplet suddenly vibrated. Boom! In Qin Feng's ears, he seemed to hear the roaring sound of the crazily rising tide. In the next moment, a black light appeared from the water droplet like the Milky Way and covered the entire hall. One of the innate primordial waters, the 9 nether black water. With a change of expression, Qin Feng's figure flashed. He used the void traversal and appeared outside the hall in an instant. The three of them in the hall were not so lucky. They were quickly drowned by the black light. Boom! 3 streams of light blocked their path. Qin Feng saw that the dragon crown prince blocking in front of him was a small crystal shield. In front of Old Turtle was a huge green turtle shell. Inside the shell, there was a clear green light that resembled a vast expanse of water. The tall and sturdy sea general was the most valiant. He roared and turned into 100 feet tall sea giant. His body was glowing with water. However, it was useless. The first to be destroyed was the tall and sturdy sea general. With a scream, his body turned into black water essence and was devoured by the true spirit pearl. The second was Old Turtle. With a scream, his turtle shell was corroded like a sieve in the black water. In the next moment, he followed in the footsteps of the sea general. This scene made Qin Feng's scalp tingle. Peak martial overlords were killed by the black light in an instant. Qin Feng even saw the inner worlds of the 2 martial overlords being crushed by the black light and turned into black water essence. However, Qin Feng was too optimistic. The black light from the true spirit pearl had covered the entire hall. Although he ran out of the hall, he was still within range. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by layers of giant waves. Chapter 584. However, Qin Feng was still too optimistic. The black light from the real spirit pearl had shrouded the entire hall. Although he ran out of the hall, he was not out of range. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by layers of giant waves. It was unknown when, but traces of pitch-black moisture had appeared in the surroundings. It was like water vapor had liquefied and water vapor had condensed. It was vast, indistinct, and boundless. It filled up and overflowed the space around him. A unique, innate mystery from the creation of heaven and earth came from it. Standing in the 9 underworld black water, Qin Feng had a terrifying feeling that his real body and even his soul were about to be completely corroded and melted away. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Qin Feng's face was extremely dignified. The Star River true force rushed out of his body like a torrent, turning into a huge yellow mountain in front of him. The Earth Divine Mountain. Boom! However, the next moment, the Earth Divine Mountain with the strongest defensive ability suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of black light. The extremely condensed Earth Yuan Qi was torn apart by the black light. The black light went straight for his real body. Slightly changing his expression, Qin Feng's Star River true force changed. The Chaos Water Calamity responded and turned into a huge whirlpool. However, this whirlpool was eroded by the black light like a small boat in a huge wave. Boom! It was instantly shattered. His supernatural powers were broken one after another, and his soul was shaken. Qin Feng frowned and thought it was troublesome. The seals in his hands changed rapidly like a lotus. The pigeon egg-sized heaven rank crystal core in his body pulsed. The Star River true force surged from the surrounding meridians. As the seals changed, the black lotus-shaped, innate, inextinguishable spirit light in his dantian spat out a strange power. Buzz! A black lotus silently appeared around his body. 1,000 Leaves Water God Seal. The black lotus wrapped Qin Feng. Boom! The terrifying 9 underworld black water bombarded the lotus, stirring up tens of thousands of ripples. The heavy bombardment hit the 1,000 Leaves Water God lotus and transmitted to the depths of Qin Feng's real soul. Qin Feng's heart was uncomfortable, like a drum beating in his heart, and he almost vomited blood. It's so strong. Qin Feng was aghast and hurriedly operated the art of primeval stars, operating the Star River true force to calm down the recoil. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 1,000 Leaves Water God Black Lotus was able to block the corrosion of a 9 underworld's black water as he had expected. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The wisp of innate, inextinguishable divine light that had transformed into the 1,000 Leaves Water God Black Lotus seemed to have sensed something. To Qin Feng's surprise, it grew a root and plunged the root into the 9 underworld's black water. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, a wave of innate mysteries that contained the power of destruction and the 9 hells surged into the depths of his soul from the lotus platform. Qin Feng couldn't help but be immersed in it, comprehending the mysteries within. Strand after strand of comprehension poured into his dantian. At the same time, an extremely pure and wondrous power surged up from the lotus platform and poured into the black water demon core. This was one of the 9 great primordial waters, the 9 underworld's black water. After obtaining this power, the black water Yao core that had already been tempered by 4/5 of the black water Yao core instantly transformed. Countless runes wrapped around the Yao core. Kacha Kacha, a layer of extreme light emerged from the depths of the core. The surroundings of the Yao core seemed to have collapsed, and the entire Yao core caved in. From the size of a quail egg, it shrunk to the size of soybean. A layer of pitch-black divine light emerged from the depths of the core, and there seemed to be some strange innate patterns on the Yao core. Middle-grade Yao core. In his bloodline, some of the Blackwater mystical snake clan's supernatural powers began to awaken. Many water-type supernatural powers were comprehended by Qin Feng almost instantaneously. This was the benefit of cultivating a different type of true spirit body. As long as one made a breakthrough, many supernatural powers could be mastered without much effort. Feeling that the 9 underworld's black water was being sucked away, a boundless roar sounded, and the black water shook and was instantly drawn back. Qin Feng woke up, and his face was full of regret. The 9 underworld's black water was one of the innate waters. This kind of supreme treasure was an innate item that stood side by side with the innate yin and yang qi. It contained innate mysteries and supreme Tao. If one could comprehend it, there would be many benefits. However, although it was only for a brief moment, Qin Feng managed to gain a considerable amount of insight. With a thought, a layer of dark and cold watery light appeared on the promoted Yao core. A black light appeared between Qin Feng's fingers. Drops of black liquid condensed in the void, trembling slightly and emitting a terrifying chill that could freeze and crack steel. Dark nether blackwater. With the help of a part of the innate blackwater, Qin Feng transformed the blackwater of single origin into the dark nether blackwater, which was even stronger than the dark nether blackwater. His expression flickered, and the black liquid condensed from the moisture began to flash with invisible, crystalline cold electricity. Xianming True Thunder. This was an extremely powerful water lightning technique. Qin Feng raised his head and saw that in the main hall, unexpectedly, the Dragon Crown Prince was not killed by the black water as he imagined. At this moment, he was captured by an invisible force and flew through the air, his face full of fear. At that moment, the black True Spirit Pearl, transformed from the blood of True Spirit, emitted a spiritual brilliance that enveloped Dragon Prince. Dragon Prince's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear, but he could not make a sound. Possession. Qin Feng's expression changed. Qin Feng's face darkened, and his gaze fell on the True Spirit Pearl. He was determined to get that pearl. Not only did it contain the blood of True Spirit of Blackwater, but also a drop of innate Blackwater. He had only comprehended a bit of the Blackwater's mysteries, and his strength had increased greatly. If he could get this pearl and the innate Blackwater, he could easily become a monster god after surviving 4 tribulation of heaven and earth, let alone becoming a monster god. Moreover, Qin Feng had clearly offended the son of Blackwater by stealing the innate Blackwater's mysteries. Once the son of Blackwater was reborn, he would not let Qin Feng go. Kill. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the power of the void fluctuated. His body penetrated into the void like a black snake. When Qin Feng had the intention to kill, the True Spirit Pearl immediately sensed it, and a pitch-black brilliance tore through the void and entered it. It attacked Qin Feng from the void, trying to kill Qin Feng in the void. The surging black light locked onto him, and in the dark void, Qin Feng was secretly shocked. He's so strong. After falling for so long, he still has the strength to tear through the void. Qin Feng could do it. The son of Blackwater was stronger than others in their prime. I can't let him come back to life, or he will be the most terrifying opponent in the competition for the Water God's position. Boom! Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His body transformed into a spatial tempest as he melded into the darkness, evading that terrifying attack. Boom! Countless void storms were shattered, and the power of the void raged wildly. In the palace, Qin Feng's figure appeared beside Dragon Crown Prince without a sound. A clear sword light slashed towards Dragon Crown Prince. Upon seeing this, a furious roar sounded from the true Spirit Pearl. Bastard, you're courting death. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.